Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. I'm very happy having you guys here in my training. So basically, from your registration, I realized that everybody come from various organizations, various industry, but we are here today to look into human resource function, one of the human resource function. Okay, back then we call it as training and development department. Now they call it as a talent management, and some organizations call it as a talent acquisition. Okay, so before we start, I'm going to explain a little bit about our module. So basically, we're going to cover two modules for today. So module 1 is talent management and practices, and module 2 is human resource planning. Okay. So before we start, I'm going to run through the itinerary. So we are going to start, and then we're going to cover on 5 sessions. Okay. Each session will take around 20 minutes with one activity. So every session you will have one activity. Okay. The activity will be online, or needs you to move around, write something, explain something, and then at the end of the session we will have a Kahoot quiz. So the top 3 will receive some sort of small gift appreciation. Okay. So on module 2, also we will cover around 5 sessions, and also we will have a Kahoot quiz also. Okay. Before we start, I'm going to introduce a little bit about myself. Then we will do some sort of ice breaking for you guys. Okay. So my name is Hamidah Yusop. Basically, I am a certified HRDCorp certified trainer, and also a senior lecturer in ACCREDITATION also. So I've been with the industry for the past 15 plus years. Okay, so my focus is on HR, organizational behavior mainly. So my highest education will be philosophy in business management, doctorate of philosophy in business management. So basically, normally I will be asked to consult an organization in their OB and also change management. Okay, so any questions so far? No. Okay, so before we start with our module, we're going to have an ice-breaking session. So I'm going to pass you basically a sticker. You need to write one word that represents you. Okay, for example, I will describe myself as a helpful. So when I introduce, you don't need to come to the front, you just stand up, introduce to your fellow participants. You just mention, my name is Hamidah. I am helpful because I always help my student or my participants. So that's how you introduce yourself. No need to be so long, maximum is around 30 seconds, something like that. Okay? So I'm going to pass you the sticker. And place it on your chest. I'm baby. For example, here you can say in your letter why you describe yourself as a leader. Maybe in your job you innovate something. Okay? Or you are a connector. Maybe your job is on networking in your organization. That's why you're connecting people, for example. Okay? Or maybe you can describe yourself as authoritative. Maybe I like to give instruction to my staff, for example. Okay, once you've done your you place it on your chest, and then maybe we can start somewhere. Someone stand up and and just introduce yourself. Okay. Please, the class.
Hi, I'm Fina, and I am straightforward because I usually say things how they are. Even my boss call me a person who calls a spade. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fina. Next.
Hello, hi, my name is Izhar. So I'm disciplined because I regularly exercise.
Okay, next. Me. Okay.
Can I say
Yes, can.
Hi, my name is Iman. I'm driven because Toyota. Moving forward, move your word.
Because I can.
Thank you.
My name is TTT. This time myself English because I like English to the people.
So we have Fina as straightforward, Izhar disciplined, Iman driven, Zulkifli engaged. Next.
Hi everyone, my name is Shafika. I call myself as trust because many people come to me because they trust me. I do too. And support you. My name is Nurul and I am resourceful because whenever people need to do something, they always come to me because I got so many people.
Hi, my name is Farhan and Sam Iman actually. I said it because when I set my objective or goals, I make sure I achieve it.
Wow.
Moving forward, guys.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Alright, so my name is Hazran. So I decided myself as a thinker. Who I am, like why I do everything.
Okay, I mean.
Hi, my name is Hamidah. I just describe myself as engaging.
Oh, okay.
Yes, this is my work. Slow.
Okay, we save the best for the last.
Yes,
Okay, write as the slide here, you write one word to present yourself and then you introduce yourself and the things that represent you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Shafani Samsudi.
What represent you?
I am the innovator of the company. Giving the new idea to initiate new initiative to the company.
Whatever you represent yourself and paste it on your chest. So why this is very important? Because normally in organization, we would like to know the person represent who. For example, Nurul, she is very resourceful. Not because that she has a lot of tables, but she knows how to dig on the resource. A person with trust, driven. So you will know with someone, if you would like to perform a team, for example, so you would like to have this kind of characteristic. For example, if you would like to implement something or innovate something, of course you will go to Zakri because he is an innovator. If you like to strategize something, you will go to Azrai because he is the leader. Okay? If you would like to have a connection with outside people, build networking, you will go to Zul because Zul is a lady. Okay? So, now I hope for the rest of the training, you will get to know with your, we call it budget in the class, okay? So we are going into module 1, Introduction to Talent Management, Strategy and Practices. So basically, the objectives of this first module is for you all to understand and define the strategic talent management. Basically, I know everybody knows But here in this training, we would like you to have some sort of more knowledge and sharing with others from various organizations and industry. So the second objective is how are you going to strategize on talent management using talent management model. We have 6 steps and we're going to look into the first 3 and the last 3. And then we're going to recognize our talent pitfalls. There's always a pitfall because we need to mitigate. So that's what we would like to know. Identify what are the pitfalls, and of course we would like to reflect on their organization current talent maturity. Why this is very important? Because you need a succession planning. That's why you need to know the strategy, alignment. The talent maturity. And then after that, someone like Azrai, they can develop actionable strategies to improve talent management. Okay, so we're going to cover 5 sessions. Okay, each session will take around 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, and then we have a different activity each of the session. So the first session is introduction to talent management. The second and the third section, we will cover the talent management adoption model. We have the 6 steps, and then how to align the talent management, and of course how to identify the maturity and action planning. Okay, so this is the first section, introduction to talent management. So why talent management is very important? Because we normally don't know, or we live in the VUCA world. You know what is VUCA?
No.
Okay, VUCA is V is vulnerable, U is uncertainty, C is a complex, and A is ambiguity. So our business landscape run on VUCA. Now we know more because of, for example, US tariff, impose tariff on certain countries. That is VUCA, because when they impose a certain tariff, it will affect most of the businesses on that particular country. So that's why talent management matters, is very important. And of course, a buying talent is limited, because you need to really identify your talent. Okay, if you cannot get from inside, you need to get from outside. It is more difficult to acquire talent from outside, okay, rather than inside. Because inside company, you know their KPI, you know their capability, okay. And then normally the company, the organization, try to have the minimum number of employees, but they want the highest number of productivity. Okay, then somehow it will lead to other problems. That one is on organizational behavior. Okay, and then normally, for example, in certain industry like banking, financial institution, they will have a cross training so that everybody can go for another career progression. Because in certain organization, the vacancy is limited. They cannot open up a lot of vacancies. For example, in the VP or VP. So you need to move around your organization. Maybe you have to move to a different department. So you have move to different department for you to get a career progression. Okay, and then of course it is very important because it involves cultural transformation. Okay, we have employees who are very introvert. We have employees who are very extrovert. We have employees who really focus on their job. We have employees who really look around in their organization. So we have to look into that. We have to understand who is we. Other than HR department, it is also on your boss, on your colleagues, on your immediate supervisor. Okay? So the aims of talent management is basically, the first one is to build a succession planning. We need to create the pipeline. Who's going to go for next position? For example, if we already have a CEO, who's going to be the next CEO? Okay, normally board already identify who's going to be the next CEO, for example. So in your department, normally your boss or immediate boss already identified who's going to hold certain position. Okay, so to develop high potential individual for top position. This is what we call workforce segmentation. So we already grew. There's one, I think most of the bosses have their own preferences on certain employees, how they want to groom the employees so that the employees will replace them. Okay, because your boss also have their own career progression. Okay, they want to move higher. Okay, and then of course we would like to engage and retain top performers. In ideal situation in organization, every organization will try to retain the top performers. But somehow in ideal situation, somehow the organization wasted their top performers, their talent, and their talent will leave them and go for another organization. And of course, to assess the talent, demand and supply. We're going to have the activities on talent and talent demand and talent supply after this. Okay? And then of course, we would like to improve organizational capabilities. Basically, all of these aims, again, would like to go for a improved performance of your organization. So this is just one department, HR. Okay, you have a lot of other departments, procurement, and then you have business development, you have operation. This is just one unit, one department in your organization. So you know every department have their role. At the end of the day, they would like to meet the objectives and they would like to achieve the vision through their mission. Okay? Okay, what will happen if your organization having a poor decision on talent management? Okay, so you will lose, as I mentioned, you will lose a talented employee, obviously. And currently, if we face the generation Gen Z, for example, who really do job hopping, they like job hopping. There's no more loyalty, we call it. As long as you can pay me more, I will go. Okay? I will try to adapt. And then if it's not okay, then I hop to another job. That's okay. Okay? Because we live in the VUCA economy, so we need more money because we have high standard of living, high cost of living. Furthermore, for those who live in the city center. Okay? For example, if you have a minimum salary 1,700, you work in KL, you cannot live in KL. Maybe you have to live outside KL. Okay? Because of the salary does not permit you to live nearest to your workplace. And then poor hiring. Of course, poor hiring impacts morale. I believe everybody have experience if you have one or two colleagues who does not do their role. So you have to do for them. And then at the end of the day, they still get a good KPI, weightage, increment and bonuses. It's quite unfair, however, that's the reality. So how are you going to overcome it? Are you going to the HR? Are you going to your boss? Okay, in this kind of business, you have to be very vocal. It's not like vocal, you want to fight with people, so you have to discuss. For example, discuss with your boss what is happening. Okay, what are you doing currently in your organization? Why that person giving you a headache, for example? You need to be a whistleblower, basically. Okay, don't talk behind other people. Like just straight away go to your superior. Okay, and then of course, low engagement leads to inefficiency. For those who are we call it poor hiring, there will be poor engagement. Poor engagement, of course, it will lead to poor efficiency. And then high turnover. People will come and go. Okay? And then, of course, lack of leadership skills. If your boss does not know how to lead a people, how to look into people, they don't know how to fire the people if they don't perform. Okay? You can always fire people, but follow the procedure. You have to do domestic inquiry and everything. Then only you can release people from your organization. Even though I think one of the things that you can look up into is KPI. The company has to set the lowest KPI. So if the person did not achieve that KPI for 3 consecutive years, for example, or 2 consecutive years, example, so you can release them. Okay, KPI is a good monitoring tool for the people to know that whether they perform or not. Okay, monitoring tool for the organization also whether I need to fill this position for this person or not. Okay. For example, a poor hire in a customer service role may cause reputational damage and reduce customer satisfaction. Obviously, okay. For example, when I read about Sephora, girls know about Sephora. So they always complain in their website, for example, or in threads, for example, that their customer service is very bad. They are not accepting, or they are not very engaging, or they are not very welcoming, the right word, welcoming to their customers. So customers always complains to Sephora Malaysia, for example. So we don't know whether the Sephora take the complaint into action or not, but I think these complaints has been going on around since last year. So what's wrong? Whether the Sephora's employees been provided with grades, customer train, for example, whether they know how to engage with people, or maybe that is what Sephora wants, the attitudes, those kind of attitudes. Maybe they learn how to scan people, I don't know. Okay, so Sephora needs to look into that. That is a poor talent decision. If the company, if for example customer don't want to come to your shop anymore, and if so happens another business came in with the same business model, so you will have a division of your customers. Okay, now we have, for example, a big brand come into Shopee, for example, so they do not need to go for Sephora anymore. So yeah, talent is very important. Even though as a receptionist, it is a talent, you need to have that talent. Okay? Okay, can you guys scan this QR? And for example, what do you think causes poor talent decision? Okay, scan first, answer, then we will look into the answer. Okay. Press the plus at the bottom, and then you just write up your answer. What do you think causes poor talent decision in an organization? So I've wrongly typed it out. An organization is not and. Shafika said leaders having lack of experience and knowledge in managing talent. Yes? What kind of leaders, Shafika? Leaders in which department? You think?
HR
managers. Pressure to fill in the position or box quickly. Okay? That's why they just hire whoever they want to hire, right? Fina?
Nah.
Weak talent evaluation skill. Who is at Farhad? Okay. The headhunters doesn't really know what they are looking for, and most of them lack on knowledge, experience, and they are bookworms. Yes. So why the headhunters doesn't really know?
Because they are first. They're so filtering. Most of them is like filter based on the CTT, based on the resume, but they don't really understand how to read the resume, how to read the line. Most of them is like really work.
Yeah, that is the dilemma nowadays, whether to hire people based on their ability, knowledge, skill and ability, or we would like to hire them because of their CGPA. At the end of the day, whether you graduate from overseas or local university, or you just have a diploma or certificate from some institution, it's your ability to learn, ability to know beyond what you need, what you're supposed to know. Others? Basically, we have a talent management worksheet to really know what you want to know, what you really want from a potential talent, basically, potential acquisition.
The first filtering for the resume actually use the KRD, right? And then after that, it's like the KRD you need to have a certain keyword or certain whatever that they can pay to filter, but most of them doesn't really understand the work, you know. So that's why I say they are lack of experience.
And I guess the first filtering also, again, even though the first filtering will be done by the machine, for example, but the one that key in the whatever requirement that they want is still a human. If they lack the experience, then the filtering is the same like human being made before.
Correct. One of the example, my good friend is a CEO for human commerce bank. He been in the finance industry is about 30 years plus, but his resume is only one page. If you send that resume to the system that filtering, for sure you got rejected. But he's very good. Like he's the first Malaysian that BMD and also CEO in the German commerce bank.
Okay. So do you think that using automation is good or not?
It's good if you are smart, but if you just work, then you know it's like just waste of the talent.
Fina? So what are you trying to say just now?
Oh, no, I was saying that.
What is KRAS, right? Your
I
friends?
cannot remember the long new word, but it's not really AI automation. It's only like filtering selected system.
You as a HR person key in all the requirement that you want, so that machine will filter the resume based on whatever your requirement that you want. Okay, so sometimes the people need knowledge is very limited. They need to read a lot of resume to know what they want. So if they just put in the generic requirement, then the generic resume will be selected. So for example, Izhar said poor teamwork and hard to achieve company goal in a team. What do you mean by poor teamwork?
I mean, let's say there's a group of 5 people and then there's no talent on 3 of them, so it's hard to do work with them because they are not
Synchronized.
with the goal of the company.
Okay. So if someone overclaims him or herself thinking they have enough knowledge to carry out a task, when in fact they need more exposure, experience and training, yes. So this is a job of whom to know about their HR. So again, HR is very important. Okay, it starts from top to bottom. So the first thing first is the head of HR department. If the head of HR is good, then he might cultivate the good cultures. So this must be Zakri. Okay, invisible innovator. However, if he is not the right person to take the position, then the rest may feel the potential favoritism. So it is hard, kan, Zakri, to get a perfect job, very fit on HR, head of HR, right? So, from your opinion, who is the best person to hold the head of HR? I mean, previously, before they become head of HR, who are they supposed to be? In what department they supposed to have their knowledge before they go for HR, head of HR?
I think the most appropriate head of HR is come from the manager, from the middle management, so he can view the cultures of the company, you can identify the appropriate attitude of the good talent.
So for example, for the company, if they selected their CEO, normally the CEO will come from the CFO position or the COO position. And mostly they will go for the CFO because CFO knows about financial rather than COO. Okay?
But it depends on the nature of the business. For let's say the professional itself, the current CEO came from this operation and the finance
Yes, correct.
department.
Because in operation, they really need a good talent to do their job, right? So, Iman, what does it mean by favoritism and bias in selecting talent? Does this happen in your department?
Not department, but in the organization.
As a whole?
Yes.
Okay. So, can I call it as a nepotism? They bring in their own relatives or whatsoever?
Not really, but some of them sometimes the organization they select people based on their looks. So recently our new recent talents, some of them come with pretty faces.
Okay.
Really?
So I guess what I've heard about pretty privilege is happening now.
Yeah, yes.
Beauty life also. Beauty life. They
People eat.
They like the barista. They look up on the people because
Did they mention in their...
because I have one of my friends are Malaysia there.
Oh, so this is the inside information.
Yeah, inside
Okay,
information.
But then it's still and marketing department. Currently I was hired doctor. One of the criteria to become a marketer, they need BMI must be normal and the minimum height is 150 centimeters.
Minimum.
Okay. So luckily I know that. And they really look into pretty faces. I'm also surprised I'm interested in that.
Because it's great.
That's how they look at it. It's common in the sales and marketing.
So basically, what I can conclude or you can conclude from here, it is more like if the leaders having a lack of knowledge on hiring or lack of ability to read the resume, it will cause a poor hiring. Okay? The first step is not about, in HR, we have the HR function, right? You know the job recruitment, selection, or whatsoever job design. The first thing that starts is the job design. Are you designing the job before you go for vacancy, before you go for advertisement? Okay? So basically, starting from you designing the job. So, I want the pretty faces only, I want the one that is help in their BMI, maybe they want the one that can speak well or very, if not speaks well, they can talk. It's not someone that when you ask a question, they just answer one word.
Nowadays, people call it as personality hire.
Okay. So they are no longer on the KSA, knowledge, skill and ability. They will add another one is a personality. Okay, so they can call it KSA plus P. So, but I guess they will not advertise the P because it will become a discrimination. I just want pretty people, I just want people below this certain height or this certain weight, for example. So the people who are overweight will feel something like, so you know in Malaysia, even though they hired Mandarin speaker only, it will become a viral issue. So let alone if you put in your advertisement, make sure your staff are pretty enough to apply for this job. So it will cause a war. Okay, the company will be banned, for example, banned by the person who think they are not pretty. Okay, a person who think they are pretty, they will apply for it. Okay, so another one. Okay, we have another one. You can scan at the back of the screen. Yes. So when you try to, for example, in your organization, for example, HR department, whoever sits in the HR department, what kind you would like to hire people in the front? Okay, I call it the customer service, for example. So what are the trends for customer service nowadays? If you are the innovator of the certain department, what are the trends on the innovator side that they want? Okay, so that is a trend. What is the trend? So every generation who works into an old company, for example, the company already there for like 20, 25 or 30 years, so they just change their generation in there. So now they have to change the trend according to the generation. So what are the trends? Farhan said is a tech savvy, yes. Depends on the department, you have to learn about the tech. Okay. For example, auditors nowadays they should know how to use Power BI. No longer Excel, normal Excel. Vina, digital agility, yes. Okay. What does it mean by agility, Vina?
That you can adapt to technology.
Yes. So whatever comes in, whatever technology comes in, you will be able to learn. Okay? Regardless what age you are, you need to learn. I came from the generation that I need to read to know something. Okay? I'm not a generation that if I want to know something, I will go to Google when the Google is already there. Okay? But I have to learn on that. And I anticipate in my training and everything, if I ask question, or for example, you can always Google it. That's okay. Okay? I mean, fresh grad due to the government protege program, my step and everything. Okay. Isha, strong communication skill, yes. Throughout centuries, communication skill is very important. You need to talk. Okay, Nurul, personality higher since my organization focus on fashion. Yes, fashion. That's why they go for personality higher. And then we have for sales and marketing need to have great connections and cable. But if you hire fresh graduates and everything, how do they need to have a connection?
This one is more specific for senior level.
Okay, so they have to have that. So meaning, if they left their old company, come to your company, they need to bring their clients. Okay. Okay. Attractive personality and good communication. Zul say. Very nice. Someone who can communicate, same like Isha. So Azrai said digital mindset, analytics thinker, real world knowledge. Yes. You know, to become analytic thinker, real world knowledge, when you only in one organization, you need to read a lot. For example, DH, the newspaper DH, that is very important. That's what is happening currently in the business landscape. Every day, I think DH produce around 1 week, around 2 publications, for example, so they will include all the whatever happening in Malaysia and whatever happening in the world. So you will know. Okay, normally business people and normally all the heads, all the VP in certain organization, GLC, MNC, they will read on DH. Okay, that's why DH still here, even though not on printing, but online, because people need to read that. DH only produce on the business methods only. Okay. Iman again, marketing, someone who can keep up with the trends. Yes, keep up with the trends. Okay. Zakre, people who are spoken, able to give initiatives and influencing, somehow the capability to implement the initiative are not questioned at the first place. Then we may have people who cannot walk the talk. Yes. From the heart. From here, we know that Zakre have a lot of organization. Okay. So this class is the best platform for him to talk about that. Okay.
Maybe it's possible.
Yes. So basically, we know this is the trend. Communication is still the trend. On the tech savvy, if you hold a position on the business development, if you want to go into business development department to become a strategist, you need to know how to think. Your portfolio must be strong. Whether you've been consulting another company, you have maybe if you work from a previous company, you consulting on a certain client, so you have to have that. If you would like to go for a business development, or maybe you in the past have done some research project, for example, so yes, okay, put it in your portfolio. And then for a certain industry like fashion industry, cosmetic industry, so we need a personality hire. Of course, we human beings would like to see, would like to watch pretty people, pretty ladies, handsome men, okay? But it is subjective to our own eyes lah. Beauty is the eye on the eyes of the beholder, okay? Okay. And of course, tech savvy digital agility. So currently in the business landscape, technology is very important. And we, hold on. And we in the IR 4.0, right? Smart manufacturing currently. I'm not sure IR 4.0 up until what year? If you know, I mean. Now, I mean, are they having their term to until what year before they go for 5.0?
IR 4.0 started on 2000, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2018 or 2016.
So
when the first automation is start, where the construction is start using by 3D, by robotic.
Oh, so they go by industry.
Yeah.
Okay. So still IR 4.0, but now it's also smart manufacturing.
IR 4.0.
So if we have another IR 4.0, maybe on another technology.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Okay. You would like to have a 5 minutes break?
Yeah.
Okay, right now.
One is ada IoT, IoT.
Internet of Things.
Dan lepas tu baru masuk AI. No, IoT dia masuk blockchain.
But how far is successful? Because it's just implementation, then they go next, right?
No, blockchain is very wide.
Very wide.
Contoh, let's say ni blockchain, and then ada blockchain you ada banyak yang decentralized, centralized, lepas tu Bitcoin, all the coin, semua go back to blockchain. So blockchain basically, contoh kita dalam kelas ni ada 9 orang kan. So everyone dia ada punya own data. Ada semua orang punya data, bila ada semua orang punya data. And then for example, someone ada delegate final data ni atau buat blockchain, smart contract. So bila someone let's say Amin nak daily final punya data, so dia akan key. Kalau semua orang hijau, means dia betul lah. Kadang-kadang macam contoh, okay, semua orang betul, kecuali dulu tahu yang final is not valid for certain things. So Amin akan so in blockchain, you tak boleh tipu, you tak boleh sorok kan. It's very transparent. That's why sekarang ni even though bank dulu pakai saya ingat mana nama dia untuk transfer fiat, bukan fiat, untuk transfer contoh macam switch code kan. Dulu dia take about 10 hours. So sekarang ni bila dia pakai smart contract, you can receive between 10 seconds. Even though CIN pun dia tengah nak move everything to blockchain, tapi untuk dia ambil masa lebih kurang 10-20 tahun untuk rumah.
That's what I'm asking, whether the implementation is already 100% or still 75%, something like that, or they based on the implementation of the organization itself.
Dia tengok based on organisation people. So Sebab ada yang dia just look at smart contract, ada yang dia look at decentralized.
Okay, on their what their needs.
Yes.
Understand?
Dulu lah, satu interview internet. Dia tak banyak interview different department. Satu department tu tanya tinggi berapa. Saking kosong. Kalau nak orang tinggi, okey. Betul lah. Kalau nak orang tinggi dah kot. Tinggi lagi kot. Kalau balik balik sekali. Mula masa boleh cakap tak faham. Mak pun dah aku buat kau dia student. Sebab tak ada jadi kau. Habis aku dah jadi kawan dia tak okey. Betul saya. Kita trauma tu lagi kan. Tapi kan aku tahu semua benda tu tak pasal bila masuk. Before, I even my friend orang in HRDCorp to real management kat sini. They even had like training talking about right.
Business organization. Dekat top dia. Oh, okay. Aku tak masuk.
Ya,
Macam super lah.
tapi I remember quarterly. Diorang ni weekly. Tak tahu kenapa.
Dan ini dia je 3 bulan.
Naik sikit tapi quarterly ada.
They want the way around BMI. Okay.
Kenapa dia nak kerja kat
No, because they have medical benefits. If you overeat obese, you have a problem, sakit sana, sakit sini, and then you have to go for MC and everything. That will cost the company. So basically, again, if you remember when we go for the trip, the most cost of the company is on insurance.
medical.
Yeah, so they have to reduce on that. Have to reduce. But if they want to keluar, they have to compare with other company perks and benefits. Not everybody have that kind of perks and benefits. For that GLC is quite. That is a small GLC because that is a state. GLC is not a nationwide GLC.
I think the median for them maybe less than 1%. Okay, let me start.
Yeah.
Where is the innovator, the expert, Iman is what? Amin is what? Manager. Easy, manager. Okay. So now we are looking into talent management adoption model. So please pay attention. Okay, we are looking into talent management adoption model. We have 6 steps. Now we are looking into the first 3. Then we will have activity. Okay. So the first step basically, okay, organization adopt talent practices in 6 progressive steps. Some follow traditional path, others are talent centric from birth. For example, the organization is always on talent. Okay, it's not about you have this, you have this kind of CGPA, you have this kind of attitude, you can talk, you can communicate well. Others, they are really focused on the talent. What kind of talent that they want? Okay, we want people that specifically can talk to this kind of organization, blah blah blah. So we want this kind of person, regardless their CGPA. Or maybe they just graduated from the secondary school, but they have a lot of experience. You know, like old people, boomers and millennials from the start, when they have only SPM, they go into workforce, they progress from that experience. They have a good experience compared to other people who have certification. But you have to know that currently, worldwide, they look for certification. Even if you do not have a proper formal certification like degree or MBA, you need to have a professional certification. Okay? So, the first, these are the 6 steps in the pyramid. We will start with we will start with the leader's mindset. The one that you mentioned just now, head of the HR, they don't know what they want, they don't know what the requirement are. They start with the leader's mindset, and then we go for infrastructure. In infrastructure, we have to process building, guiding, coordination. Okay, and then we have implementers, which is the change agent. You have managers as talent leaders. We have employees as a initiator. So managers they know what they want. They can give instructions, and then the employees will initiate and implement. Okay, then result in high performance cultures. Okay, so now we look into the first step. Have you heard about 80-20 rule, Pareto rule? Have you heard about that?
Yes.
Okay. So what does it mean by Pareto rule? You focus on the 20% that give you 80% result. Okay, for example, in certain organization, we only want the hired from a overseas graduate. Maybe they have a certain requirement, they have experience with the overseas graduate, they are maker, for example, so they want that everybody. For example, one of my friends, her son is a lawyer. So they say currently in industry, lawyers industry, for example, lawyers who graduate overseas are much more in demand compared to lawyers graduate in Malaysia. So normally for a local graduate lawyer with done shadowing and everything, they will go for China or overseas to have their master's level education. So now they go for China. China is a growing. Sir, you have to sit here because the camera needs to. Or you can sit here, or you can drag the chair to sit there. Okay. So we will do some ice breaking with him later. So, okay. Here, the CEOs invest 20% time on talent matters and see 80% result in productive talent. Really look into what they want. Then it will give an 80% result. And talent discussion are part of regular business review. This is what I meant earlier, that we have a talent management worksheet. What you want in your talent. For example, Unilever CEO regularly meets business unit to discuss talent development. In big organization, we always have this kind of discussion. HR normally have those kind of programs that can groom their employees or outside, for example, internship or whatsoever, to groom into what they need. Okay? Then only they can be absorbed into the organization because they want to shape the culture. This is a culture, for example, this is a culture of banking. We want people like this. Regardless your generation, we will shape your mind. Okay? So this is in step 1. Meaning, you have to know what you want. The 20% that you would like to focus so that you can get the 80% result. In step 2, the middle level leaders become talent champion. What does it mean by talent champion? Anyone knows? We have a change champions, we have talent champion. Champion is the one person as a focal point that strategize everything. Okay, this is what the companies want. Okay, we sit down, we will strategize what kind of talent they want. Okay? 1% or 2%? Okay? So in change agent, basically we have a lot of role. We have navigator, we have coach, we have implementer. So we have a different role for a person. So talent champion is very important so that they know. Everybody under them knows what the company wants. And departments serve as a talent laboratories. Does your company have a talent hub, for example? In Malaysia, normally, who is our talent hub?
HR.
in Malaysia. TTT. TTT, their goal is they travel around the world where the Malaysian students go for their universities, and the final year they have a talk for the graduates to come back and look for the job in Malaysia. And because of back then, the economy is prosper, and normally for the student, for example, Mara student, they do not have any bonded with the organization, so they just need to pay the loans or whatsoever, so they can work wherever they want. So we want this talent to come back to us first, serve the nation, whether you, before you go to anywhere else. Okay, so we have TTT. In organization, somehow we cannot afford to have the hub. We are so busy in delegating the talent.
Saya boleh tanya? Yesterday I saw the news from Postman they mentioned that they will bring all 6,000 overseas students to work. They macam promise to have a work in Malaysia just for them. So is it under talent hub?
Yes. They will create the hub.
Tapi the way
What is the organization?
I don't know the organization. That one is Menteri.
The 600,000. 6,000 or 600,000?
600.
Okay. About 6,000 or 600,000. Is that the Malaysian student?
Yes.
Okay.
That one is under talent hub.
They can call it as a talent hub lah.
I think that one is 6,000 because 600,000 is overall people that doesn't have a job in Malaysia currently.
But the way they announced that thing, they said tak kisah ada kerja ke tak, tapi we want them to go back to Malaysia. That's that. It's like a dilemma.
Yeah, the dilemma is whether they want to come back. Right. Even the person is a student, there's no such thing as in their contract, except for JPA, they need to come back. Except for the company who sponsor like UEM, they have to come back. But other than that, they can stay overseas. Yeah, they have right to stay overseas because their requirement is only they need to pay the loan. No need for you to come back. Okay. So back then, people will come back because they love Malaysia. Obviously, currently, of course, we love Malaysia, but the cost of living does not permit us. Okay. For example, a lot of doctors, a lot of nurses goes to Singapore, goes to Middle East. Because a lot of money. You can earn up to 25k Malaysian ringgit for nurse alone. Okay. So you just plan to work around 6 years, 7 years to accumulate your wealth, and then you come back. That's what people do in Singapore also. How they can have the ability to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning and goes to work, stays at the tambak and everything just to go for a work and come back every day. Can you imagine? I cannot imagine going to work in another country
I think for
and live in another country.
I think for the past 5 years, TTT has one marketplace. I can't remember the thing called, but normally company use it as an excuse, right? They post a job, okay? But like everyone apply, they don't even give you that.
Yes.
So
They just make it as a pool only.
yeah, they take the talent outside, and after that they claim the incentive of the government.
Yes. So we have that kind of dilemma. Sometimes there are company who just advertise their vacancy out of requirement.
Yeah, for the sake
They
of
really
employment.
don't need the talent, or they really don't need the hire basically.
Yeah.
So that's what happened. In 2003, I can resign from my work without having another work. Within 1 week, I can get another work. That's how prosper Malaysia back then. Now, if you would like to resign from your current company, you have to make sure you have to secure. Secure in terms of you already signed the contract, not just receive an offer. Because there are cases you receive an offer, but you did not sign the contract. and you got rejected.
Yeah.
You already resigned from the current work. So what happened?
Yeah.
You cannot sue the company because you did not sign any contract. You have to sign first, even though you did not work yet, so that you can go for a court, labor court, union court, for example. Okay? So, for step 2, division leaders talent mindset, meaning middle level leaders become talent champions. So you have to be very knowledgeable because you need to know what kind of talents that your company wants. And department serve as a talent laboratories like a talent hub. And then peer influence spread the culture of talent management. Peer influence is very important in your organization. If you have a good organization culture, so people are really love working in your organization, they will try to attract a good talent. Like for example, this company having a good perks and benefits and everything, so why don't you join? And this company have a good career progression, so why don't you join, for example? Okay? In step 3, okay, process building require new infrastructure for talent practices. Okay, so we would like to shift from efficiency to talent optimization. Not only efficiency, you can be efficient, but whether the organization use you up to the optimization. Whether you underutilized, we don't know. You are efficient, but maybe you are underutilized. Okay? If you are underutilized and everybody is underutilized, even though you are efficient, so it will be a waste of money of paying a salary because you are not fully utilized. So example of the process is a workforce planning, performance management. Performance management is where you build your KPI. HR build the KPI. Career and leadership development. So you have to know this kind of grades, what kind of training they need, this kind of grade, what kind of training they need, okay? And internal mobility system. Meaning in certain organization, manager needs to rotate all the department. Have to. Whether you like it or not, you have to. Okay, you will have to go to each of the departments so that you know the business operation. At the end of the day, if you're getting an increment or career progression in pay, so you will know how other unit works. Okay? So is there any question on the first 3 steps? Everything's okay? Okay.
One question. If they using adaptations, is it affect the performance of the company?
Not affect the performance, but maybe will affect their employee moral, their moral. Because they already here for 3 to 4 months, they already getting comfortable with the ways of doing works, and then they need to move. One of my friends, he has to rotate, and he been rotate to the business development department, which is he doesn't like that. He likes to go for the networking, marketing, and everything. For business development, you have to sit there and develop, strategize something. So he don't want that. So, but you have to know that. Because we try, the organization try to develop the skills. Okay?
I think for the rotation only depend on the supporting department.
But what other, my friend's organization, he needs to rotate all the department.
For example, for me, I is the core department. He can rotate.
Maybe for the big company, for the small company, maybe they can rotate. Even in banking also, we cannot rotate for the whole department except for the intern. Except for the intern. Otherwise, this department will lose the manager goes there. So there's no manager here. Okay? And then the rotation also needs to base on the knowledge. If they know how on finance, how they can become a head in finance, kan? Okay?
Kalau rotate dia macam setiap department tu kena few months kan, tahun kan. Macam ada KPI dia, betul-betul KPI macam
Yes, they will tailor the KPI based on the whatever the bosses for that specific person.
So KPI dia tu within few months dia kena achieve lah.
Because our KPI is a tailored KPI. This department. So we have a tailored. Normally the KPI is general, but our KPI itself is a tailored one. From this day to this day, for this month, for that month, we attach to each department. Okay, but like Amin said, it's very ready for the most of the organization. Okay, that is the first time I heard about my friends have to be rotate, because in my organization back then, the rotation being done by the total complete banker, which is internship, some sort like internship, but they call it as total complete banker. They have to rotate to all the department and then they decide which department they want. Huh? No. Management training. Can we call it as a management training? So they put as
Now I think
they put as a total complete banker. Management training basically is a very general term, but in banks, in one of the banks, they call it total complete banker, meaning the banker already rotate all the department within the banks. And then they decide which department they want. They will approach the bosses, apply for that department, and then they will come for interview. Whether the bosses want them to be in their department.
I think whoever be rotate maybe in the cool stories.
So normally the total complete banker is the first graduate apply for that. They have a salary, they have the perks and everything, like they work in that organization, but the salary is maybe lower than a current market because they do not hold any position.
My previous organization, they have a management training. So siapa yang baru keluar, for example degree, baru lepas graduate, right? Dia akan masuk, be selected by the HR. Then after that they can rotate every 6 months, So in 2 years you gotta complete that. So bila dia masuk, I think it's like bukan like 1 dia first masuk pun dah 2.5.
Yes.
Tapi not executive level lah.
They are executive level. But the selection is very tedious. Usually it's like
that is one of the recruitment criteria for them.
Yeah.
Just not interview, saying they for the test and exam, the time you be hired. No.
at least 3 times interview for them.
Okay.
For my company, they always rotate 3 to 5 years. So there's a lot of department lah.
Yes,
Exposure for new things lah. Because there's a connection department, legal
That is the talent development, right? Even for the permanent staff, they have to rotate.
For the manager.
Yeah, personally, we have special group, special appointment of from the fresh graduate. The team is consisting of 7 to 10 experts, and they are rotating in every 2 years, and they will sit in various departments, and company is telling them to be the new leader. Every 2 years they will rotate to various departments, then every rotating will acquire new position, promotion.
So that's what we call it as talent pipeline, right? Succession planning.
Yes, to become a new leader lah.
Correct.
For my organization,
So when you decide when you want to go to that department, are they going to interview you? Based on the experience before lah. You mean train, they still receive a salary based on their qualification? Correct?
For my company, they are
Why is that? So what about you guys? Your company?
Yang buat kita ramai.
Ada rotate. After that, dia talent succession, how they do?
That's why at one time
Like, sometimes company they go for the succession planning to become a leader.
Diorang ada top talent lah.
Ya, tapi
Diorang akan grow untuk jadi CEO one day. So top talent diorang tu bukan executive level lah.
Dia rotate pun dekat Malaysia.
Diorang akan ada special task force. Macam contoh yang personal pick up ni, dia akan ambil top talent untuk letak dalam satu projek untuk tengok.
Okay, understand? So we are going to have this mini group challenge. You have to divide your group into 3. Okay. And then you have to create 1 minute pitch of how to implement the 3 steps. So meaning each of the group choose 1 step only. Each of the group, tadi kita dah tengok on the step 1, step 2, step 3. So each of the group have to decide, have to choose 1 step. So even though you've been divided into 3, but you have to discuss because from step 1 have to be a continuity to step 2 and step 3. Understand? Okay, but present it step by step. Okay.
Kita ambil step 3.
Okay, kita dulu.
Tak, itu bukan bincang.
Ini dulu. I give you 10 minutes to brainstorm. Okay? 10 minutes brainstorm and write. Okay? After 10 minutes you have to present.
focus on.
Okay? Number 1, what kind of talent? 20%, and what are the outcomes? Okay? Number 2, talent champion involved in deciding whatever. So from one group number 2 have to discuss with group number 1 what kind of talent they want. Okay? What is the structure needed in the talent to achieve?
Yes. We have to connect with each other. So kita buat this one.
So basically, group 1 you can strategize what kind of talent you want, what are the outcomes. Group 2, you don't need to wait first. You just identify first what kind of talent champion will involve. Then if the group 1 settle, you will know. Okay, so you can proceed. Your guys want infrastructure needed. Yes, what outcomes?
Infrastructure needed ni lah.
Depan sikit. Oh. Saya tak boleh lah nampak dia. We've done talent friends just now, right? That is what kind of talent you want. Okay lah. Okay. What is the script?
Apa tanya di situ?
What kind of talent you want? At the end of the day, the whole group represent one organization. Our company will have this kind of talent. Give names to your company. What kind of talent you want?
Should be the same company.
Yes, because everybody is bidding for one company. You just decide on the name.
Apa-apa je.
Decide. Okay, let them strategize.
Innovation teacher.
So we will stop at 10:20. Okay.
Siapa yang juga dalam
micromanagement is not allowed. So no, strictly no micromanagement. No microadmin.
Diorang punya business development.
Initial team lah.
So contoh
Bisa buat kalau standard.
Data analytic, for example, you choose for data analytic. What will be the outcome, the productivity on this certain thing? The first will be the application based on data delivered. Yes. Make sure you have to discuss with 3 groups. Even though you mix them, one step, you will have to discuss with other groups also.
Innovative thinker, consultancy gitu.
Consultancy company.
Business analyst.
Okay. Sports gathering.
Doesn't matter, Malay, English can also.
kita buat ini. Kita buat ini. So dia punya 30% dia belum.
Ada 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Talent champion meaning what kind of champion that can help to find the talent that we decided is right. Okay? If they want data analysis and everything, how you going to decide how can I get that data analysis and everything?
Kind of talent diorang adalah market intelligence, data analytics and communication.
So what does talent champion will do to the client then? Hiring requirement.
Lagi duit
The way kita nak cater tiga ni, dia ada
Ini mobil kata
You can always Google what is the role of talent champion. Then you know how they hire that. Termasuk.
tak cukup satu.
So I do the manager.
Okay, Google talent management. What is the role of talent management? Talent champion. What is the role of talent champion?
Tak, 5 ni dia memang ni 5 flavor saja.
When the business development department decide they want this and this and this hybrid, so how are you going to make sure you can hire that? Okay? And what infrastructure you have to make sure they can hire that?
Ada macam aku dengan dia kalau
They can hire whatever talent that they want. What kind of infrastructure they need?
Maknanya financial, maknanya kita ada training.
Faster. Yang kata, bila dia tanya saya but how the talent champion will make sure that you can hire that talent you want. Talent champion the first step they want market analysis, business analytics, so that person. So talent champion, how you make sure you can hire that person?
Tak, dia yang
Orang. For example, we would like to have this data analytics, business analyst. So please in talent management department, you need to find, you need to hire. Okay?
Market intelligence, data analytics and relationship collaboration builder. So you want to be
Betul ke saya lalu pakai drawing ni?
Itu dah lama tinggal dah. Pergi bukit ni.
Dah lama tinggal ni.
Orang tak sedang bukan drawing ni.
tak yang penting ni.
Dia letak data.
Dia kata dia tak pasal tau kalau nak buat ni.
Ini kau tak tipu lagi tu.
Ini macam CV kau tipu.
Alah lapor. Okay, what each of the I am because of it.
Akan ni buat dia kata oh.
Itu bawa ada.
Ayo,
Kau mana-mana macam tu?
Kau nak ketik dia ada tu ketik.
Kita mana orang pancing tu tengok.
Okey, tinggal kat kau.
So apa the talent champion should be involved bila you nak market intelligence.
Pakai semua.
Ini tak ada ni.
Jangan kau tanya sama.
Ini talent champion, what they supposed to module to higher market intelligence or data analytics, or you can just sum up what they need, what they need to design to make sure they can hire this kind of people. Okay.
Orang kena list out apa skills yang orang tu ada.
Yes. Okay, guys. Okay, for data analytics, the first one can start from present first. Step 1, I support you. SQL, semua kita QL, Excel, Power BI, cross-functional communication skills. Apa lagi?
Satu lagi tu kan? Apa dia? Physical.
Awak ni dia ni.
Kalau cacing ni apa?
Boleh baca sekali.
Ya, aku tak bidang. Kita lama. Dapat suruh. He's not looking at us. Sebab quality about finance. Kalau kita nak cakap which university ataupun qualification, data analytics,
Apa pergi cantik ke?
university, degree course dia? Itu background. Tapi kan ada satu universiti yang focuses on certain things kan? Faham. Macam you can do research. Betul?
Adik kau buat apa di sini?
Boleh letak or not. Okay, move on. Need to be here because the camera cannot capture at the side. Okay, we present one by one first. You put this side so that side, everyone can present on that side. But I guess you will last to right. Wait for it.
One please.
Okay. That one is two. Okay, go on. Okay. What is your company's name? Innovation Thinking Consultancy. Innovation. Apa tadi kita tahu? Innovative. Okay, kita nak letak assessment strategy.
Paket tu.
Berat?
Okey, tu.
This is good. Okay, so masa interview kita akan tanya kalau ada interview. dia buat
Ada yang tu ni.
Bukan ni kau tak dapat dia buat.
Yang penting ABC dulu.
Pak ni ada.
Okay, you guys can present. Okay, this is your boss. Okay, the group one is the boss who strategize what they want for the organization. So I guess this is for business development department. So you can present it now.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I'm very good. Afternoon. So this is our okay. This is our proposal to develop to create a business development department. So I would like our
3 minutes only.
okay, our pass to my.
Alright, so basically to achieve what we want, so the talent that we need is a data analytic, collaboration innovator and also market intelligence. So the reason why for the data analytic we need to have a data driven for the decision making, market and customer insight and pricing strategy using the real data. And then for the collaboration, strong strategic partnership, increase client retention and also enhance our brand reputation or presence. Market intelligence, competitive market advantage, and trend expectation, and also customer insight, and also the segmentation of the market. So this is what we need.
Okay, that is what your boss needs. So okay, when you present, your boss will comment after that. Okay?
Alright.
Just put aside.
Orang cakap ada PhD. Oh, yang wis pandai.
Okay, present it to your boss. Okay, have us.
Chelsea.
Okay, so my name is Nurul and we are also from Innovative Thinker Consultancy and we are going to teach to you the type of talent that we are going to scout for you because you needed talent from market intelligence, data analytics and also relationship and collaboration builder. So for market intelligence, we prefer to scout for someone who has a strong research and competitive analysis ability because you want to pitch your product in the market, you need to find out what is the current market like, how are people using this type of talents, how are they going to sell out your product. So the talent that we want to approach is a person who has very strong interpersonal commitment and also they also have a very good background and also in marketing. That is why whoever that comes to send their resumes to us, we prefer to filter out those who study in business administration and major in marketing. And then next for data analytics, we will prefer to look at someone who is proficient in SQL, Excel, and also Power BI. And that is why whenever we want to filter out the CVs that is given, we prefer to look for someone who already has a background in bachelor science and statistics and also mathematics because it will be easier for them as they are more fluent in how to analyze all the data in a big amount and how they can simplify it. And that is why
In this session, we have the assessment on how they can present the data from the raw data that we provide to them.
then lastly is relationship and collaboration builder. So this is a person we believe should be strong in HR. That is why we want to look for someone who is excellent in interpersonal and cross-functional communication. Where this person can literally talk with every single person from different department. Like they said, the person like neuro. That is all from us. So can I comment? Is there any comment? Thing?
On number 3 is not ready because
Why not?
HR is not good for collaboration.
No, but they must have the, for for other people, you need feedback from other departments. Also, if you do not have the cross-functional skills for you to communicate,
It is not about internal, it's about external.
yes, but you want to carry out the project, but you still need to get their opinion also, because they're the one who's going to give out the ideas for your company.
Can we have another one?
What's happening? Okay,
the consultant or the HR department needs to listen to what the boss needs.
Listen.
Okay, what are you propose?
Listen first, listen, and then you will decide back or give the advice or your opinion. Okay, we supposed to do this and that. Okay, so any comments on that?
On two background ni, either business or marketing and sales. Only these two can know how to do strategy collaboration. Because strategy collaboration, HR cannot do.
Okay.
Okay,
Mantap, boss.
one thing.
You're not my boss.
This decision what you want to hire.
They have the same because they need to provide for infrastructure.
Who own that department?
Who own the department?
You letak ni list now this apa yang kita hire. Tapi who own the department?
Yeah, government champion.
Market intelligence.
Okay.
Even though I am not your boss.
Basically, the brainstorming will take a longer than this time. Okay, this is just a discussion. Not yet you decide on the paper who's going to have this and that and that. Okay, so how about infrastructure? Presenting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this one you wait for my accountant there.
Okay, fine.
Maybe we should have another group which is finance who will counter everything back.
We don't have project.
Okay, basically we have the criteria, we have the talent champion, now we're talking about infrastructure. So basically we're not going to do this on the detail lah. But infrastructure required for the talent is strategic talent development framework. The important thing is the framework, how you're going to develop your talents. Second thing is technological infrastructure. This one we talk about how you're going to use the technological. Because you need data analytics, modules, okay, digital and conversion digital.
Yeah.
All related to the yeah. Okay, you need the learning and development ecosystem. Why is it important? Because you have the data analytics, because data analytics kita ada cert, ada everything ada. Second, physical organization. Jangan cerita apa-apa kalau tak ada duit. This is the penting. And then talent culture and basic support. This is why I'm asking what the post the talent champion. Because dia yang pegang-pegang benda tu.
Yes.
That's my question is realistic to you. Okay, any question?
Boss,
Boss to speak up. I think they cover everything.
No, I'm not trying to give my CSC, but I think this one is okay.
So the further discussion will be done on what is here.
Yeah.
What is here? What is here? So that's why talent management process can have a say. Talent management process take a longer time, so it can be done throughout the year by HR department. That's why at the beginning on the pilot question, you said that HR department, HR people do not have knowledge this and that. They have to have this knowledge.
Yeah.
What's about yeah? But you are not in HR department. Are you in HR department?
Basically,
then you have to start.
HR memang ada. Because going to hire somebody, HR akan panggil manager level, what is criteria yang you nak?
Yes.
Dia macam ni, as per I understand. So sebenarnya the leader dia nak beritahu kan benda tu.
Yes.
Okay.
This is what they want.
Tapi kadang-kadang HR dia salah interpret or mistake benda tu lah. Itu je masalah dia. Either miscommunication, seorang cakap itik, seorang cakap ayam, tapi HR memang buku.
Kadang-kadang ada external factor juga.
Ya, betul.
But the mitigation plan is when HR already call in the talent for interview, the boss from the department needs to be there. The boss from the department need to assess together with the HR. Normally, it will start with the HR first. Then the next round of interview it will be joined by the boss from the department. And yes, if the boss did not agree with the hiring, they can reject. HR will need to find another person.
That one is okay, but the problem is the first selection sometimes HR, if they don't understand,
Yes.
they will
filter out all the good talents.
So this is the biggest problem.
Sebab the first stage HR yang akan filter dulu.
Yes.
Lagi-lagi kalau dia orang nak ke ATS tadi.
Betul.
Correct.
Kalau ada lagi lah. Mungkin pakai.
You really have to find the job for each
In HR department, the first process which is job design. You have to start with the job design. So basically, there are 7 or 6 or 5 functions. But if you implement the 6 function, HR function, we have a lot of function at 5, 6, 7. So we can start with the first is job design. If the boss said that I need this person, you have to design first and let the boss know. Whether the boss know what they want, but it is not their jurisdiction to design. HR jurisdiction, so they have to know. So once the HR design, you have to go back to the department saying, okay, this is correct, this is what you want, so we will filter out.
So basically, what's good actually
This stage is before you design.
Before
you ask HR person to design. This is still lagi on the discussion stage. What person you want, what kind of infrastructure, so that you know, because the cost center is at your department. The infrastructure everything will fall down on your department. Okay, so this is before job design. Okay, so this is the process. Okay, we're going to have 10 minutes break. Okay, so we are here. We're going to have a break until 10:50.
Dulu talent scouting ada ni.
No, after that because you already took a lot of time to prepare this. But it's okay. If you want to have a 10 minutes, you can go. So we come back here around 10:55.
Tapi aku volunteer bawa HR tau untuk ikhlas. Aku volunteer, aku jadi lead untuk handle event untuk staff.
Jangan tak.
Event itu yang itu. Semua kita yang lain.
Kita ada dah actually.
Sama sangat ni jadi mana?
Aku dah lupa nak macam mana.
Baru gaduh ni apa? Yang pilih
Parah kan dia.
mengadu kita.
We have to listen. Yes.
I tak suka.
My first method. Amin dah boleh dah jadi.
Dia pun nak video aku juga.
Walaupun 8 jam dia sesi dia.
Jangan kalau tak escape kalau balik. So everybody already introduce themselves. So you need to describe yourself in one word, and then introduce yourself to your
Ini maksud.
So for example, Zakril is an innovator. So Zakril explain his name is Zakril. He is an innovator in the organization. So that's what you do. 30 seconds, please.
Just say.
Faster.
Break up.
Boleh dia apa?
Ini ada apa?
Pancul.
Introduce yourself with one word describing the type of talent you are.
Aku pasal.
Saya bukan talent tau. Dia
Saya bukan jadi.
I'm not talent worthy. Orang
Okay. Okay.
Tak worker.
Okay. Introduce yourself.
Hi.
And why you calling yourself hardworking?
Hi, my name is Nazri. Why I describe myself as hardworking because of I start in a new industry which I studied before from architecture, but I jumped to business industry. And in 1 year, I got a promotion as a senior in my company as corporate strategy. And until now, I'm trying to grow it to the max lah.
Okay.
Because that, yeah.
Thank you, Henry. So just now we already covered session 2, which is the first step, the second step, and the third step. So the first one, you decide who are you going to hire. The second one, who is the talent champion, should involve in hiring the talent that the department wants or organization wants, and what kind of infrastructure that the company should have. And again, those process happen before you design the job, before you advertise for the job. Okay, it will take a long time. This is what we call as a succession planning first. Okay, so now we are looking into the steps 4 until 6 under adoption model. So you have to remember the adoption model, we have 6 steps. Okay. Okay, the fourth step is the guiding coalition, meaning the talent responsibility shift to line managers and operational teams. Meaning, once you hire, it already fall under the department that decide to hire them. So this is where you groom your talent, okay, to what you want. And then coalition include respective and influential figures. Meaning the outcome that you want just now, customer retention, or maybe enhance productivity by how many percent, for example. You have to make sure that 80% outcome that you explained just now is happening here. And have the power to shape policies and practices. Meaning, in your department, you have the power to list down the SOP. What you want, what you don't want in your talent. Okay, once you hire them. This is on the step 4. Okay, now you understand this one? Okay. Manager as talent leader. Who is the manager here? Hamidah. So, manager as a talent leader. Traditional manager must transition roles. Okay, traditional meaning you can no longer depend on the CGPA only. You can no longer depend on the communication skill only. Okay, you can no longer depend on KSA, knowledge, skills and ability, and somehow you have to adopt to another new thing, for example, personality, attributes and everything. And engagement, retention and productivity depends on manager. Because even though your department, your organization already set the vision, the goals, you have to know how to retain. Because this is under you. How are you going to approach your employee? Are you going to be a transformational leaders or transactional leaders or authoritative leaders? Or maybe you are not so open-minded leaders, you don't want to listen to your staff, or you want to listen to your staff on their feedbacks and everything. Okay, challenges, manager often train in control. Non-empowerment. This is always, okay, in leadership theory, in leadership traits, leaders can become a manager, but managers not necessarily can become leaders. Okay, normally managers often in control by the book work. They want this, they want that. They don't want to empower. If we don't want to empower, we are not transformational. And normally we are transactional. You do that, I give you reward. You do this, I give you bonus. So it is transactional. You do this, you will get agreement. You will get higher KPI. That is transactional. Transformational, you can call it as charismatic leadership or pragmatic leadership. Okay? You empower people. You give them autonomy, not micromanaging. You can manage but not micromanaging. Okay? So, of course, leadership. So they send their managers to the people-centered leadership, so they know. When we got people-centered, you go for that. How to empower people on one perspective or characteristic to empower people. If you talk about customer-centric, you will shape your employee to focus on customer-centric. That is the question. Yes, Iman. Yes, Amin. You look like you have something to say.
No lah, because the problem is about the Gen Z lah.
Memang pilih dia sangat.
Frankly speaking,
Kita orang tak pandai.
kita orang tak apa lah, memang Malaysia lah, kita tak mampu manage. However lah, the problem is when it comes to the talent itself lah, everything is need to school fee.
Kenapa macam cuma nak cakap kat aku?
Pasal kau Gen Z.
No.
Kan, the problem is everything is need to school fee. Mana kita sekarang dah, okay, you do whatever, the authority is yours. However, what you boleh buat? Then what's the point ada the talent?
Yes, yes. That is how when the fresh talent come in, you as a manager have to set some rules. Okay, and within 3 months, for example, within 3 months or within 2 months or within 1 month, this is what you're going to do. And please, if the talent come in, boss, can I do this, can I do that, you have to make it clear to them. This is what I want from you. Stop asking a question to me when you have the ability to go beyond that. We have ChatGPT, we have Google or something, so train them to ask you that. And then only asking you only a critical question. If you already have a problem, you cannot solve that, your managers can solve that.
For me, I have a different approach. Maybe Ami doesn't like people come to me and then ask the question. For me, I like people come to me but with the solution. If no solution, you get it fucked. So you say, okay, alright, I want to do this. Okay, this is the outcome. Okay, cool. I just give go or don't. Itu saja.
The solution means you come to them with a problem. These are the possible solution. Which
Yes.
one do you think
Which one
is
you think
better
that
for
suits?
this company? Because they do not have that authority or ability to decide on that. Okay, so the boss can. But when you go to the bosses, please provide a list of potential outcomes that's supposed to be for your organization.
Yeah, so at least
Okay.
you know that staff have the initiative.
Capability, yes, initiative
For
for
the
you.
past year, for the past 5 years buat apa yang saya nampak, dia student, the talent yang graduate CGPA below the 3.0, memang dia akan perform this. Then the student graduate 3.5 above, memang school fee.
Yes.
Actually, I mean, I disagree with your I break up Gen Z because I'm one of them.
Kau Gen Z ke? Kau lain kau ibu ke?
Okay, this is the 1997.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's because of okay, maybe it's because of okay, last time during your era or generations, your punya job scope is wide and position also limited position. Nowadays, they have a lot of position. For example, marketing department. Now they have social department. Under marketing, they have social media. They have
Branding,
yes,
merchandising, digital
all that.
marketing.
But last time during your era, it's just marketing. So you just need to have a clear job scope explanation to them.
So they know what
Sorry, that's I think I get it wrong. Because okay, for example, you see back then we have a wide job scope for example marketing. Okay, and you have a very niche scope. If you cannot handle the niche scope, then what should I hire you?
Maybe because of they don't understand the clear job scope they need to handle.
Yeah, basically when you been hired, you have to understand, when you been hired, the JD is clearly different to you.
Yes.
You cannot say that, oh, you tak bagi tahu I. No, the JD is clearly different you under your handle. Later offer.
Oh
Yes.
This one I said it based on my experience. Okay, because in my department in business we have we as recruited as business corporate strategy, but we have to cater either in a three segment we have to cater either once corporate, then we have business, corporate, corporate, then we have another two segments.
Apa nanti?
Actually, we have three segments lah, but in the section, they not explain it well to us.
It's not to petikan energy, but however, the difference is there. You are the JD.
Yeah.
However, like Dr. Sira, tak nak micromanage, empower you. Kita dah bagi you room for improvement. However, you don't come to us, anything need to improve. Because the alternative is there. For example, ada 5 engineer kat site. Dia kata, you nak complete ke, you nak buat apa, is up to you. Don't ask me what hari ni kita complete tak? What the fuck man? I do. You understand? I kena fikir banyak tau. I kena fikir financial of the project. I kena fikir how to move the project further. I complete the project. You tanya I nak complete ke tak? Then,
But basic.
That person too stupid lah.
it's not too stupid because we are the two independent after DC. Prove yourself.
Not all the stupid lah.
Yes.
Tapi bukan nak yang lah, because for the past 5 years I ada 20 engineer yang masuk bawah I, semua Gen Z, hanya satu je yang berjaya.
Sebagai opinion,
Then that guy yang berjaya tu, dia punya pointer is 2.7 compared to yang 3.5, 3.2, 3.3.
The thing is,
So
in
the
HR,
statistic is said by that.
Nah, we are
so the thing is in HR currently, we're having this kind of problem on generational gap. Okay, generational gap. So we cannot, I can say dismiss the opinion that of course boomers have a lot of millennials, not boomers lah, millennials have a lot of experience because they face everything for about 10, 15, 20 years. Generation, the new generation, we have to know that they always need validation. So whatever they do, they will ask. So normally the new generation, they will ask before they start doing their works. Not before, not after they are doing their works. For example, what do I need to have in this kind of presentation when you can basically decide on your own? That is empowerment. Decide what you want to present. And we will have a question. If you would like to ask you a question, then you will get a betterment from them.
If you want to ask the validation, you need to
Get feedback.
lay
Yes.
the problem
Yes.
with the solution. That is a validation.
Yes.
But if you only lay the problem, that is not validation.
That you are asking the boss to solve your problem.
Yeah, but
So
Lulu want to say something just now.
Yeah.
Okay, although I'm a Gen Z, I wanted to say that I actually support what Amin and Azrael both say, because as a Gen Z myself, this being my first corporate job, when I first started working, I was that staff who had someone to ask me to do that job, then only I did it. Because I wasn't that time, because I believe that I did not get enough guidance, but also that is my fault lah, because I didn't ask. But then after I had a one-to-one session, I requested for a one-to-one session because I wanted to know how do I improve myself.
That's good.
Okay? And then that was when we figured it out, where is the gap. So, and I believe that Gen Z always talk about micromanaging, but you are being micromanaged because you are not doing the work that you are supposed to do.
Yeah.
So it's you're contradicting the thing. You are saying that your manager is micromanaging you when you are not doing the work in the first place. Obviously, you need someone to push you to do it. So why you want to do work?
So the right way is you talk to your superior and ask what. Your boss cannot ask you on the first day, is it okay? On the second day, hi, you doing okay because only 1 or 2 days or 3 days or 1 week work. You did not experience anything. Until you be there on 3 weeks or 1 month, then only you can go to your boss. No, I'm not doing to my potential. I don't like doing this. I don't like being told. What more you need from me? Then that is where you find the gap and then you will fulfill it. Okay? That is the generation that we would like. That's why I say, regardless of the generation, you can shape and groom them.
Okay, I want to add something. Okay. I believe you guys know that I come from the design background. Okay. So I started as a product designer. Okay. And then after that, my boss tell me, Azrael, I want you to join a marketing meeting and engineering meeting. You need to be a consultant. If you get my position there, I think you will jump. But for me,
That is an opportunity.
poker face and an opportunity. Mula-mula, I thought memang dia nak kuliah. But after long term, I fikir, okay, this is the gap yang aku boleh naik one by one. So from the designer, I be a marketer, I be a consultant, analyst, operation and research. So dia punya itu macam tu. For example, kalau during the time my boss tak ajak I or tak paksa I do the thing, I think now I stay in my cubicle.
Like Amin said, your JD being late to you on the day of your retirement. Okay. However, you need to read between the line what to do. That one cannot be picked up by your boss or by HR. Okay, by design, they want you to do this. But how you do that? Smart working. It's not hard working, smart working. How are you going to do that? That is your own uniqueness. So people will come to you. Okay, this is how you do this, how you do that. Okay, trainer, everybody is a trainer. So what makes another trainer is better than this trainer? For example, yes.
Waktu I kerja dengan US company, for the first month of training company, I haven't yet do the work. 1 month full of training on the job only. So after 1 month, dia dah pass test everything. Diorang mana yang tak pass memang terus perform lah. Yeah. So mana yang pass tu memang terus kerja. So I think that is a culture that Malaysia patut buat lah.
Yes. The talent.
Is it giving you the salary for 1 month? Sorry, is it the
One
company
whole month.
for the whole month? They give you the
training.
salary? The exact one.
And then they can in the contract they already mentioned that if you don't pass the exam and everything, you will be dismissed because you are still in contract. So dismissal is normally upon 24
The same
hours.
goes to my company. There's a 6-month provision where go for training only. But the incentive and allowance, they're not giving us. They give the basic salary only.
Oh,
If you don't pass it, then you cannot be
So
permanent.
to each of the organizations. But again, talent management is very important. Yes, I mean. Yes, everybody has because talent management is very important. And talent management is always HR department is always having this kind of problem.
Sebab Amin lagi banyak beef pasal benda ni.
Okay.
sebab masalah yang kau layout tadi tu boleh solve kalau 1 month tu ataupun at least kalau 1 month tu panjang sangat. At least first 2 weeks tu just focus on
Building them.
beritahu apa kerja kau.
The problem is I don't understand why the agency is afraid to step forward.
Yes, you are very vocal, very introvert, but you don't want to step forward.
Atas media sosial you are paling lantang. Tapi when come to the station you di belakang.
I think because
No, I think like-
it's because I think because of the decision making.
No.
They're afraid to make a decision. I rasa dia selalu kalau dia orang.
No, but you need to understand. I punya normally the appointment by my company by based on the procedure. So the program. All the gratis student datang. So
Yeah. You already in the organization.
during that training tu, what apa yang bagi I akan bagi okay, this is unitas engineer.
So okay.
Okay. The last step, which is employee as a career driver. This is where employees, the one that you hire, take ownership of their development. The one that you discuss and everything, you have to take ownership of the development. When I joined the industry, as what Nazrin said, we do our teach right. We get worried. I get worried. I get routinized. So what I do, I go to my boss saying that I need more. Okay, I need more on my job scope because it's getting boring. It's getting routine. So and then I need that job that can increase on my career. Okay, so you take ownership on your development and structure supports transparency and initiative. This is what you will do. Transparency and everything. Okay, rise of personal branding. You brand yourself. Hardworking, innovator, straightforward, people. We have all these kind of people in the meeting. Straightforward people. Just say what they want to say. Very blunt. Okay, you have to discuss this, discuss that. This is what you want, this is what your department want. Everybody has to be selfish on themselves. Okay? And then younger generation expect peace empowerment. Like, I mean, see, not everybody. You need to understand the empowerment, the words of empowerment. Okay?
I feel, oh, dah kira dah.
So it's okay.
We were talking about employee as career drive, and Amin was saying about how Gen Z are so vocal on social media, but they are not vocal in their workplace. There was actually a study in the United States which just came out recently, a few weeks back, I believe that Gen Zs nowadays, they do not want to climb the career ladder. They are willing to just stay in their comfort zone because they want to prioritize their mental health. I believe, I learned from my perspective, that is why you do not want to vocal out, because the more you vocal out, the more you show interest in your job, the more people will want to give you better time because they think that you are already a very good person in that job. So they want to give you more job. But these Gen Zs nowadays, they don't want. They just want to stay in their comfort zone. So I feel that that's why there is no career drive.
I guess, on the first place, you have to filter those kind of people.
Yeah.
Before you hire them.
Yeah.
You need to know their determination when they want to be in your organization.
Dia kadang-kadang you can understand. Macam I level kan, I think no one going to be sit on the manager level. That's why kita bagi all the opportunity there. Jadi kalau kita tak nak vocal up, benda tak side, kat the workstation kan, then waktu benda sosial, kita akan gerak kan.
Yes.
The end Malaysia akan jatuh ke bawah tu. Daripada Indonesia.
Gimana ya?
I nak cakap one thing I like about, okay, actually I was a product from management training in Toyota, and one thing I like about my program was because we had monthly meeting with our president of the company. So every month, each department, everyone basically they present what have been done within the month and what is their progress and what are the things that they want to improve or do for the following timeline. So this session was actually very helpful to me because during this session, Dato will literally like you. Sorry, the entire time. Like, his question is always out of the box, and it will look like he's attacking you, but actually he wants you to think critically and more than what you're currently doing. So that has helped me. So right now, when I meet him, I don't get anxious as much as I did last time. So our generation, we get anxious to meet people very easily. So macam this also helped me to meet my current director. So bila dia marah, I don't take it personally because I feel like macam like, oh, she just wants me to improve and not, and not like to attack me or whatever.
That is also one of the champion in the organization. Everybody take charge. We would like to create a critical thinker of the organization, so everybody knows how to create one.
Now ada lagi ACCREDIT tu.
No, because I dah graduate from that program, so dah habis dah. But the thing is, they remove this session for the next batch sebab Dato' tak ada masa.
Mungkin every month memang tak ada masa. Yeah, it's not easy. But I guess the next successor, I mean bawah Dato' is who?
Guys, executive director.
But we don't know how the executive director thinks. Okay. So Q&A. Okay, the section 4 is on the case study. Example of the case study, because we have I guess we have an activity after this. Case study and strategic alignment. This is a case study, Malaysian-based company. Not a really recent case study, but this is a case study. For example, organization is Telecom Malaysia as a GLC. PM responded to heightened competition and digital transformation, mandates by formalizing dedicated talent management program. Okay, their strategy and operation is more like formalizing PM program for digital and competitive agenda. So they have dedicated talent management program to cater program for digital and competitive agenda. So whatever program, whatever person in that program, they have to know on the digital and competitive agenda. So leadership, the talent alignment is leadership rotation, okay, and mentoring. We have that coaching and mentoring and building internal pipelines. Okay, this is telecom situation. Okay, for skill case Malaysia, the global office furniture giant integrated its sophisticated annual performance plan directly into its Malaysian arm. Annual performance plan, global performance system, and transparent goal setting. Very transparent. Meaning, what does it mean by transparent? If they assign you with that KPI, you achieve, you will get something. There's no, oh, I think you need to do this, to do that. When that person already fulfilled the KPI, it is very transparent, and succession planning and clear performance metrics. Okay, so they use this. They use performance management system, clear metrics. Okay, for CATS, partner with government bodies such as Hamidah and Educational Institute to build Malaysian data science ecosystem and national level data science infrastructure development. This is the strategy and operation. The talent alignment, training accelerators, government industry education partnership. This is what they do to make sure they get this one. Okay, so your activity is participant write 3 key takeaways from the case. 3 key takeaways. How would you adapt this case in your organization?
Just now.
Yeah, I do it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is right. Discuss within a group 3 to 4, then share with the room. Okay, 3 to 4. So this is how are you going to implement this into your organization? So fikir salah satu. So idea akan saja. I mean, yes. Okay. So 3 key takeaways from the case. Not necessarily you are making mini, no. You have your own strategy, but this is very focused. Sorry, this is very focused. Very focused, very focused. So what you plan to do with your organization. So meaning you have your company, you choose within a group, choose one, and then what you want to focus on, how are you going to strategize it, and then how are you going to align that. Okay? Don't ask for your paper. 3 to 4 kan?
Ini dia kita nak kesan dulu. Ini boleh buat.
Ya, nak cakap video sendiri.
Nah, ini soal kes.
Okay. Okay. 3 key takeaways. Okay. Apa key takeaways yang you ambil daripada case study? How you adopt this case into your organization? Meaning. EM go for dedicated talent program. Okay, they go for dedicated talent management program. Skill case go for global performance management. This one go for the national data levels and blah blah blah. So pick one, apply in your organization. Who's going to pick this?
I pick skill case.
Okay, that one is skill case. Others go for telecom and national level. How are you going to take this and implement in your organization? How you align the talent? Okay?
Dua pergi belakang.
Okay.
Kita nak tanya
So Dr. Lebih dan kita dah ambil 3 tadi tu, salah satu tu. Dan then lepas tu kita buat apa?
Implement in your organization, and then how are you going to align that program with your organization?
So contohnya ni, and then translate back to what I want, kan?
To your organization.
Di mana
Pilihlah dalam group tu which organization that you would like to implement into that. Okay? This one is a different story.
So ini contoh je lah.
Yes. Okay? Ini contoh. Alright, okay?
No, I work here during my DB.
Really?
Ya, pada ini dia bayar refund every month. I pergi kerja seminggu sekali.
Okay, lepas tu pointer kau tu.
So, bila kita masuk company nak Telekom. Kan maksudnya kan dia ada company kau ada company yang ada tu. Dan misalnya company kau
Masuk tarik lagi. Untuk dia orang dia punya strategi
Don't go for sensitive issues.
KPI set by kamu and then lepas tu saya
so macam mana kita nak align nak adapt nanti tu leadership rotation itu sama lah tu. Tapi kalau leadership rotation ni mana pun dekat MD
contoh kalau
dan mentor tak sesia tu orang.
Dia cuma selesai dia punya center tu beza tapi dia punya so kalau dia
Tak ada ni. Apabila ada operation leadership rotation memang orang kalau
walaupun dipakai tapi dia sama pula
mentor is a manager at some level, mentoring mentee is a product. So dia ada strategi operation apa untuk ini dia presentation lah. So
this one is
sebenarnya lah ini leadership ni nanti
sebelum strategi and operation
framework for ni tak sekarang ni kita punya pilih adalah challenge management so from here kita ada leadership mentoring dengan building kita dengan as the one dia ni dia sebagai innovation by pemerintah di teknologi aku kata tadi mentor mentor
Whatever yang
Okay. Itu a good step of the organization. Sebab dia ada
sekarang kan fokus on organization. Sekarang kita fokus on
specialized something.
Kita pun dapatkan sijil pasal for the ecosystem yang
Apa tadi?
formalize lah. Formalize renewable energy.
Ada dua.
Jadi dulu, saya punya itu aja.
So kira SMT
Betul saya kalau.
Ada standard ini lah, kita pun jadi program lah. Ini je lah, program.
Daripada region.
So, Fahmi dan nombor satu mentoring program.
So, bila dia masuk dekat tele ni?
Ada.
Dia baru dekat tadi school.
Wow.
Contoh di sini,
Kita dah semua ni certification punya ni.
Tiga je. Oh, ini tiga je. Certification.
konteks organisasi kita ada balik.
Specialized certification.
Okay, contohnya kami
Not really. Ni
specialized. Okay, kita
tak masuk untuk
orang ni specialized on
Program ni untuk kau grow. So kita grow maksudnya program
Okay,
kita
lagi
kita nak adapt with the sekarang dari sini kenapa di sini saya so bila boleh dengan epic lah dengan apa dah jadi nak kena semua loading kami jadi nak kena dua satu dia buat SOP program satu dia buat certification dan macam mana dia nak extract yang specialist macam TTT
so dia juga kata so apa bila topik
macam mana nak bagi
topik tadi kita satu lagi kita dah integrate
The easiest way to understand, this company implement performance management system. This company implement talent management program. That's okay if you don't want to. But you have to implement any talent management function into the organization. The key takeaway is basically what they want to do, how they want to do, and they align.
pendapat aku macam internal coding pendapat macam contohnya kau contohnya kau nak kau dah dengar program apa yang ada tulis contohnya macam courses by learning and development system lah. Dia tahu tu.
Ni dapat tengok macam mana?
Kau kena jadi dengan Google.
Dia ni dia nak daripada ni. So dia kata ada nama dia macam dalam SAP macam
You have to have this clear, what you want to do, how we're going to do that, how we like this. One is talent management program, how formalize TM, for example, how are you going to align that? Okay? Are you okay, rules? Raise for me. How and what? How are you going to, for example, they want to formalize dedicated talent management program. How they going to formalize it? Okay, so they would like to, they want to have annual performance plan. How they do that? They have global performance management system. Okay. They want to have annual performance plan. Okay, they want to build Malaysian data science ecosystem. And then what they do, they go for national level data science infrastructure development. They develop the infrastructure in Malaysia. For example, our Silicon Valley, MISC, data cloud and everything. So how they align that? So that they boleh do this development. They have training accelerators. They have government industry education partnership meeting. Government is the champion to find the talent, go for the training so that they can sit here.
Ni utilization UTP tu student.
Because the senior staff,
Because CATS is an international company. They are international company. They have business in Malaysia, but they don't know Malaysian culture, Malaysian talent pool. So what they do, they want to create the pool. They want to create the hub. So this is the hub. So how are you going to feed out the hub? This is the way.
Ini simpan. Oh, aku pening.
You need to do CATS analytics. Petronas would like to publish. No need for you to collaborate with CATS. Tapi buat on what basis? Like what if you would like to collaborate with CATS? CATS is on data science ecosystem. People would like to go for this ke? Better you just focus on Petronas alone rather than collaborate with CATS. Okay.
Main focus UTP acceleration.
Foto saya dah share boleh present? Wow. The name of organization, then you choose.
Sorry, saya apa nak belajar pada nak.
The name of organization. Which one is the step number 1? Why, how, and how?
Consistent information across all region.
AMP tu dirahsiakan dalam sana.
Dia kena
Alamak.
Tak apa, that's okay. That's for
benefits master Petronas macam tu.
Okay. You want to present?
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Pay attention please.
So, untuk case study this one, the selected AMP on the renewable energy program. So, the talent management tu saya silap betul lah.
Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon semua. So basically, dekat AMP sekarang kita fokus on energy transition di mana kita nak fokus pada renewable energy. So basically, sekarang we are focused on transition of energy to energy renewable energy lah transition. So this one kita nak kombinasi renewable energy program. So yang pertama, learning management program. Memang sekarang ni TMP ada buat program lah untuk kita study about the renewable energy. So only a selected executive yang akan pergi dalam program. Saya pun dapat pergi dalam program selama 3 hari dekat our center besar. Kenapa kita tak pergi ke transition to renewable energy? That's the reason lah. Satu kita ingin program. So pertama dia adalah TMP. And then untuk program sekarang ni pun kita ada program di mana mentor melalui our senior managers and then nanti our program nak match dengan orang punya knowledge and then align with the program.
Okay.
And then the presentation memang sekarang pun ada dekat PhD kita tukar the students punya presentation sebab kita tak tahu sama ada this leadership boleh tak kerja ni and then boleh tak kerja ni. That's why diorang this system able to function in every functional stream.
Okay. So you guys understand? Okay. Next group.
Orang kan kat yang last tadi. Lalu lagi tu.
Next group.
Kita reverse lah, jadi diorang lah, kita diorang reverse. So, kita reverse lagi 10.
No.
Okay. Lalu orang yang awal tu yang lambat.
Kau tak boleh krono. Lebih ni, boleh sikit.
Baguslah dia ni. Bagus.
So, no point ini banyak-banyak orang tak baca.
The explanation is much more important.
So,
Okay?
ini guru yang format.
Complicated nak kisah ni.
It's not complicated. It's only you have to do. That's why. Otak tak bagus ni. That's why.
Betul. Tak cukup tidur.
Ni, now I faham dah apa yang cakap tadi Mas Jensi.
Bila dah habis.
Bila senang.
Aku bila. Do not try to lump sum everybody in one. Not like that.
Okay.
Bukan semua tu kita tak tahu.
Betul lah tak? Jangan jaga
Dia ada personality. Exactly.
Apa dia buat macam tu? Sihat pun gitu.
Dia tak boleh nak terima orang.
Aku punya bos atas putih satu minit. Dapat aku tak selanggar. So aku tak peduli dia ni waktu ni. Yang penting aku buat apa yang dah perlu buat.
Okay?
To action long-term sustainability. Betul.
Ini dah ada air dah sebenarnya.
Okay, settle?
Ini yang siapa senang ni. Kau buat meletakkan dalam pintu.
Okay, wrong, settle eh? So, the key takeaway from this group can be, okay, they would like to formalize the HRDCorp renewable energy program because they transform into the conventional business operation into sustainable energy. Everybody would like to go for sustainability. Okay? So, how we do learning, right? Learning and development program. Yes, the strategy and how they do mentor-mentee program. How they make sure a leadership rotation. Okay? So next.
Alah.
Orang semua siap.
Why?
Hello, we are from that group.
Aku juga
Okay, so we want to try and implement what we can see from cats and how we can implement it for Petronas. So currently we have one idea which is to implement succession planning and talent specialization. So how we want to do this and why we want to do this is because we want to ensure long-term talent sustainability. Why? Because so that every time, because like what we discussed just now, there is a huge generational gap in between each, right? So we want to avoid this. We want to closer the gap. Okay. So how do we do this? By utilizing talent pool from UTP scholars, which is what Petronas is already doing. However, they need to ensure this program is sustainable enough and is ongoing, not just do it like, oh, this year we do, next year we don't do, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, that is all.
Okay, so they want to create a talent pool from their talent hub, which is UTP scholars.
UTP, yes.
That is good.
Thank you.
Kenapa you have the talent hub? Kenapa you state ada TTT program?
What does it mean by quaternary program?
Kena faham kalau any GLC companies atau private companies nak join standard government, diorang one of the syarat kena ada protege program.
Tapi produk program tu dia introduce by semua dan semua manusia.
Dia macam ni dah. Proses program introduced by untuk mengurangkan pengangguran Malaysia.
Betul.
At least they can go for that walaupun payment dia is quite low. Jadi people have the money.
That's why kalau you be selected untuk program
Protege program or internship does not follow the minimum with
So like it creates allowance,
Yes.
not salary.
You takkan dibayar LPF.
No perks or benefits.
And except for PJ and the EPF. PJ and EPF, dia dapat EPF. Oh ya. Oh, that's
Okay, tolong jangan awak
it's not good. Ada nampak PJ yang ni juga lagi? Dia tak.
Tapi kalau politik ni anda minta kau.
Okey lah. Jadi saya target.
Okay, next. Last pro.
Alright, so
Asyik visi kamu ni.
since we are the bosses of the ABC company, we can implement the key takeaways from the certificates company, which is we want to develop a centralized information hub, so it's continuous process and consistent information across all the regions. So how we do this is by develop an e-information hub where all the workers around the globe can refer to only one source. That means we have all aligned information. So therefore we will have a clear work and work process, and we will also enhance productivity.
Okay, good. So basically, this is what happened after we do the step 1, 2, 3. Step 1, 2, 3 is to decide what kind of talent you would like to hire, and then you decide everything, blah blah blah, and then the company will go for the hiring process. That's why hiring process sometimes take a lot of time. There are 3 months, there are 6 months, there are 1 year. For the government, only 1 year. Okay, because they go for different year of authorization. And of course, after that, already into the organization, you would like to create this and that. So you can maybe go for internal talent pool, or this talent pool you can create from external. You create as one of the talent pool. So you can go for internal or external, doesn't matter. But this is how you train people to understand your organizational culture, your vision, objectives and everything. Then you will apply into your organization. Do you understand? So in talent management process, basically step by step. So you have to know which one to go first. Okay? So on the last session for talent management in practices, so we go for talent maturity and action planning. Okay? So these are the focus area. Normally this is the normal HR, what we call it, process in hiring people. First, we go for acquire. So we already discussed just now in activity 3, if I'm not mistaken, or 3. Okay? 3, right? Then you decide what talent you want, what kind of talent to. Okay? So attracting the right people with the right skill. This is where you already decide on job design. If the company would like to hire someone with sustainability knowledge, so they have to prove that in your JD, for example. And then engage, creating an environment where talent thrives, meaning like autogen, leadership rotation, for example. Here it acquire not only advertisement in job script or whatsoever, but career fair, okay, or roadshow, or one of it is recommendation program, right? People inside the organization recommend someone, okay, and then engage. Just now, like you decide, and then develop, investing in learning, mentoring, and growth. What you do just now, the strategy, and then deploy, reallocating talent where they can create the most value. This is a succession planning, what you do. Okay? And then retain, keeping the employees committed. How you make sure the employees committed to their job? It's not easy because the job is the same. The routine is there. How you make sure that the employee is there? Sometimes certain employees who are very progressive, they cannot sit at one place if you cannot provide a new thing to them. Okay? Plan. You have to focus future talent list. This is what you're going to do every year. So the process will start again and again and again. Okay? And then you evaluate. Performance management system. That will be another training. Okay? And then you need equipping leaders to drive talent success. This is a knowledge that the talent should do, and the leaders should have. Sorry, the leaders should have. So talent management focus areas we have around 8. Okay. The most important part is acquire, develop, retain, and evaluate. Only you know whether the employee is good or bad. I'm not sure whether your organization, when you hire people within their probation, when you want to make them confirm into their position, do you have a review of their works? Whether they fulfill or not? If you say that you are going to be confirmed within 6 months, you lay out all the 6-month work, whether they fulfill or not, then only they can confirm into the position. But not many organizations do that. They just, okay, whether the staff do it okay? Okay, so just confirm. That's the problem is there.
Dalam bulan.
Dalam bulan. Whether you would like to confirm or not.
Kalau UMW tak ada assessment pun, okay, dah nak cukup. Dia dapat confirmation.
But we don't know whether they are okay or not. We don't know whether they fulfill the KPI or not. Okay? Okay, talent management becomes strategic when CEOs championing talent, like UMW. What UMW do before this? The president have Toyota, sorry. UMW Toyota. Okay. Okay, so the CEO is there, but not every time, right? They have other jobs to do. And then research and practice align. HR people need to be updated in current HR process. Not only just, okay, HR function is fine. They don't want to know about everything. You have to go to training also for you to understand what is the new thing of HR.
Dia pergi training, tapi dia hantar training dia tak lakukan.
The most important thing is the head should go to the training.
Yeah.
Not the people under them. Not the training on payroll, not the training on... No. You have to know what is happening currently in HR world. What kind of generation coming into our workforce? What is their expectation? What is your expectation? Then there is a gap. How are you going to meet the gap? Okay? Winning the work in the workplace first. Back then, company will receive, for example, one of the bank in Malaysia receive a best employee of the year.
Bank now.
CMB on the 3 consecutive years.
Wow.
Okay. However, do they really the best employee in the world? People still leaving the company. Right. So, skill, value, innovation, agility, collaboration, that is what we're looking for. Now it's technology agility. Okay? Visibility and accountability are rising. Everybody must be accountable. Amin, do you have anything to say? Amin, very judgy. Younger employees bring new expectation. Do you have anything to say? Okay. Activity 5, talent management action plan worksheet. Creating your talent action plan. You have to create, okay, in 2 separate group bagi 2 saja. Our talent strategy must focus on what? Kita dah look itu tadi kan, we nak look on what? It doesn't matter.
So this one kesinambungan today.
Not kesinambungan, but that's how we decide lah. You decide on talent management program lah, on information hub lah. But now we have to focus on what kind of talent. Our talent strategy must focus on what? What kind of talent strategy? You remember just now we upload on Padlet the talent trend right now. What is the talent strategy? One process we can improve is what kind of process? Maybe in your organization you already have this, but lack of something you would like to improve this, and I will personally champion talent by you yourself will personally champion talent by apa? Through apa? So we have a sheet for this. Okay. Apa dia?
Actually, a bit unclear for me.
How are you going to have this? Talent champion. Tadi kita belajar talent champion. I will personally champion the talent by. Maybe if you are a CEO, we will have a meeting once a month with the organization. That's what we do. Okay.
So yang nombor 3 tu everyone kena.
Tak, based on one organization. Okay. Jadi tak tengok sana. This one tak tengok sana sebab ini
Very chill.
Sini sini. Kalau tak ada dia report ni.
You are one of the group kan?
Mana nak lari?
Saya dari sini.
Okay, Soras and five.
Anak tak.
Kau menurut tak?
Tinggal kita lagi berapa enam?
Betul kan?
Betul. Kan sini.
Okey, sah.
Dia dalam
Kata
company.
putus. Sini sini.
Nama tak?
Ada budget lah.
Tak kisahlah sampai. Aku bagi idea aku. Okay.
Jiwa tak dah.
Kita kan. Kita nak
Mana tadi lah kami ada.
Saya pada yang ini mungkin kalau orang bagi profit. Tapi dia projek.
Memang lebih sendiri. Tak ada ni. Ada pun dia. Kita apa?
Don't forget to zone.
Yes. Jangan tidur tau. Ada masa.
Boleh tak?
Orang yang bukan digital pun that kind of program for you untuk dia so how dia orang dia orang ambil first case seseorang yang ambil first case ada orang tu untuk dia mampu buat sistem sendiri. Padahal orang tu engineer kan, manager dia minta kita dapat. So dia dapat buat sistem. So dia dapat sistem sendiri kembang dia. So dia pula jadi J1 di dalam sistem internally. Sendiri dia bayar sendiri dia develop and so I think at this point we're desperate. Yeah. Up to date.
Saya dah sampai ke apa masuk. Dokumen prosedur. Aku rasa ni kopi.
Dah ada nama dalam
Nombor ni kopi ke?
Betul. Dia dah buat dia pakai Shopee tu.
No, basically in general what tak ada looks like
Oh, okay. So untuk
tapi ada semua
jauh dari teknologi, jauh dari oriented.
talent management dia fokus on how management of that organization. How they manage talent. Currently, how they manage talent. Currently, organization, how they manage talent.
So how I think
how they manage talent. For example, currently how they manage talent. Training,
ada tak buat training tak?
Mentality ke?
that is how you manage your talent. How you manage talent.
bagi okay, kalau saya bagi
Okay. Talent management focus area. Currently, how they do, for example, how they do in acquire the hiring, how they engage. Maybe if you would like to look into the engagement, how they develop. This is the area that you would like to look into.
so ambil satu kan?
Ya,
If the company want on acquire, engage, tergantung kalau tak ada je lah. Kalau ada je lah. You also can go for acquire. Engage is not always. Whether it's acquire tu sama mana. Sampai nak jadi boleh.
banyak things tadi, and then lepas tu
Kita tanya macam kita hadis ayu ni sebab macam
aku akan bagi tahu dia salah jawab dia buat.
That is a knowledge transfer.
sebab tadi kita drop to action.
Jadi kalau kita tak nak, what you do. Currently itu yang you buat. Contoh maybe you buat retention program, what you do in retention program, for example. It's not convenient, obviously every company have evaluation.
Macam mana kita ambil challenge barang.
Yes.
So basically dia belajar daripada diri dia buat sampai bukan hak lagi.
Yes. That is a knowledge transfer, we call it.
That's all.
Dia tak kisah nama sama-sama kan. Currently in your organisation, how many members are there? Macam there are focus on develop. How they do in developing the talent. So they estimate currently in your organisation buat apa? Kalau ada senang developing ada retention program ada evaluation, of course evaluation kita ada kan. So we have to do currently what is happening in your organization dan management yang tahu diorang ada develop, diorang ada retain, evaluate of course mesti ada. But these are the areas yang kita ada yes, that is also relevant.
Itu boleh masukkan knowledge in area. In depth details.
Tapi
knowledge process. Knowledge process.
Maybe acquire in terms of acquiring, for example, like contoh dia acquire based on they know about sustainability and everything. So on acquiring part, they go for this. Engaging, ada ketidakkan dia tak pernah buat. Currently apa yang buat kat dalam
kalau dapat lagi, how you develop the talent dekat
macam you buat tadi.
Kalau kita orang punya way untuk develop is that dia memang ada satu system. Kau boleh start anything, contoh agile. Kau cuba
Pilih
Satu, kena apa namanya?
sebab dia takkan satu juga orang event dia punya challenge tu how we want to develop in your career. So sekarang ni yang start tadi macam mana kita orang buat they have to be as a team. Macam mana kita punya ni kau dulu lah untuk kayu ni yes really the challenge is
follow kira kita kalau ada setiap orang yang sakit telinga yang betul.
Tak nampak itu. Lagi mau kita boleh buat situation.
Jadi satu apa?
Ini pasal
why shouldn't it be there?
ini
Itu dia ada, tapi organisation ada evaluation ke? Evaluation how they evaluation from there.
evaluation ni evaluate quarterly yearly lah.
Diorang tak ada. Aku rasa kalau ada benda-benda kalau you akan buat yang aku cakap tadi, you want to start space. Kalau dapat tak?
Tak apa, kita implement tu kita ambil it as a whole, tapi dia ambil lagi, which is macam sebab cakap tadi kan diorang akan go for that know how to do that system kan. So basically we implement that so that si Ayu ni dia pandai juga buat tu and how we evaluate her
Tak.
You nak buat lagi ya?
Tak, ini saya buat satu.
Tengok macam mana macam dia perkembangan what else dah tinggi macam
It's not about you hiring Ayu pasal Ayu lah sekarang.
so bukan dia Ayu cara dia example yang abang yang Ayu
So Ayu is the one who prefers strategy. Ayu is the one who Ayu ni kita. Ayu
Dia tahu festival ni macam festival ni.
Si Ayu guna
KPI
Ada
Bukan evaluate Ayu.
Okay, dah semua ada.
Okey.
Dia kita Ayu. Ayu apa masalah?
Ayu how are you?
Okay,
basically macam mungkin ikut macam dia tak tahu nak dia boleh keluar apa. This one not necessarily
Independent.
Doctor for the accreditation
Apa yang kita right?
Okay, then
What are the challenges currently?
macam tadi lah yang soalan tadi tu.
But it is on talent you tengah nak buat untuk satu contoh you talent on company you selalu fokus selalu masalah company you on generation punya understanding ke apa ke that is one of the talent so hiring the right people challenge dia apa hiring the right people lah
Orang tak ngam.
Dia orang
tulis
tapi
Ni lah yang macam
oh soalan sama. Dia orang aku memang
orang yang kita cari kita nak cari tempat
memang pusing dia sebab
untuk that one particular job
kalau dia tak boleh yakin aku tak boleh yakin.
empat orang dalam so how you want to put out so that you can that is your challenge. How you want to make sure you make the right decision. Jangan salah lepas tu make the hiring choosing the right hiring the right talent for the right position. Hiring the right talent for the right
that's how HR
hiring the right talent for the specific position. Siapa kerja apa? Kita kena elok.
Dia macam ni lah, dia macam kau dah bagi dia power, space, tapi dia tak pernah sebab dia confident and self.
Ni lah
Sebab masalah kita hiring the right talent. Kita dah apa benda self employee.
maksudnya kau cakap apa pun.
Proses kita apa tadi? From today's training.
Ada flexibility.
Ya, sebab masalah Ayu kita bermasalah. Masalah dia susah. Ayu kita kita punya masalah ni. Kita susah nak hire dia.
Nervous when facing
Because of what? So Biasanya tak benda macam tu boleh kan kata boleh.
Ini step yang kita tadi
Dia nak pastikan kau betul-betul faham. Itu dia.
Dia tak faham konsep. If you cannot convince, you confuse.
Ya.
This one pun you can justify hiring the right candidate for a specific position. Why is it candidate?
Sebab decision maker pada position boleh.
Itu boleh combine dua.
Like the decision maker of HR and of recruitment team.
Oh, dia cuma combine semua.
Okay.
Mesti dulu.
Dia sekarang ni kita okay, lah. Apa lepas kita mindset, punya proses nanti. Kenapa? Tu ni apa nama?
Apa yang to streamline the mission and vision of the company. So from measurable to the knowledgeable. Yang kita terangkan.
Guys, remember, the step tu.
Streamline.
Atas muka masalah kita sebab kita dah letak kat changer. You remember, kalau you kata in experience, you have to read step 5. Because manager has a manager.
Company mission and mission.
Okay?
Tapi dia ni
Saya baca.
Ada company dalam kita
Ada orang balik kita ni.
Good.
So why? What to strengthen so that
Positif ni apa dah? To have clear work
To have a clear and structure from work. To have a clear and structure from work.
Tuhan.
Don't spend so much time on that, you ada di satu sheet.
Oh, mana?
Kita siap lagi, dah siap sign.
so masalah kita action plan is to challenge.
Yes. See that we look with your next steps. What are you going to do? Next steps.
And structure. Dia mana yang kau faham lah and structure.
So our challenge is higher. So apa area yang kita nak buat action plan? HR manager should join training kan?
Yeah, they should know how they recruit proper people. So kalau orang tak pergi training,
So ini kita merasakan
Apa nak start dulu? Macam mana kita nak streamline?
mission and mission apa?
Leaders mindset. Leaders mindset tu mission and vision kan?
Vision and mission. Kau tak tahu.
So mission and vision kita buat. So kita kena streamline apa mission and vision sejak session.
Kita baik smart.
Ya.
bila kau mission bawa kau value tu kau keluar. Fokus semua on core value.
Fokus
On the core value.
fokus semua
Core value.
Sedangkan kita hire
Mana?
kita hire buat apa?
Kau tuan.
Ya, tuan kau tengok Ellen ada sebulan cukup lah. Sebulan cukup lah.
Sebulan dah sebulan. Planning ni tak ada.
So kita dah start hire the new financial year.
Supervise. Supervise dah tu sebulan.
Okey.
Tapi sama sekali dah ada company.
Kau yang
Support. Budget.
Itu kalau kau buat timeline,
maksudnya bulan berapa gitu lah.
Support ada social media tak? Ini ada jam lah. Support dan proses media. Support ni siapa yang media? Dia fokus ni. Dia kecil. Jadi dia ada kata jauh. Jadi betul-betul dia penting ni. Management macam ni tak ada. Oh, betul-betul. Social media tu.
Tak betul-betul. Dia support all.
Oh, support all. Di bawah boleh section boleh. Section.
Kalau tadi dia mana? Dia boleh kau kalau extra kau ada di mana? Bawah ada section. Kalau extra kau ada division, dia ada di mana?
Di management nak tu ni orang section sebab dia akan dimakan section untuk sangat.
Okey.
Mana kena? Apa kita nak
Lagi
Sama lah dengan skop ni.
ini tu strategi yang
Itu ni information.
Itu macam lagi.
Okey, satu eh.
Dia lagi.
Standard operating SOP.
Yang ni kira macam macam
Bagi SOP Maka nak membaik kulit
dia siapa nak sign? Hayat pun tak kira komitmen ni buat ni bapak yang kena sign
Bapak nak bukan 6 months.
Sini mas.
Ni bukan ni. Bapak 6 months.
yang ni
Buat ni.
6 XI
mana nak spray ni okey
Ini yang proses dia.
Oh,
Baru
6 months.
Ulang. Ada sikit. Saya nak bitek ni. Bawah.
Saya 8
3 bulan. Bulan setelah
Ni akan ada orang sanggup kan? Orang
Kalau lagi bagus sebenarnya, first kita nak bagi dia idea dulu. Dia boleh strategi. Ini
I know.
November ni masih ada. Mas.
But actually it's
Mas musik.
boleh.
department.
Yeah.
Every department.
Every department in the company.
Every department.
External tak ada pun dia.
Bukan dia. CEO dia. Mati lah. Tahu ni. Ini support ya. Support.
Dia support kau yang saya. Ada apa ni kan? Head of this.
Oh, SME boleh.
Boleh. Okey, apa ni boleh? Kenapa tak berani je? Tak nak dah.
Tak ada problem.
So, kan nak beri kata.
So you guys can question.
Main dulu.
So you punya activity.
Oh, tak ada.
Hello, kita orang and we are Ayu. Boleh duduk.
Oh, thank you.
We are Ayu Akira.
Binti Zul. Okay. So as Ayu Akira, we are an executive, and right now, from our talent management, we focus on developing them through training and development program. So how we evaluate this is by mid-year and end-year review. So that is what we currently do. So one of the challenges that we are facing right now is that we have difficulties in hiring the right talent for a specific position. The reason for this is because the decision maker is our head of recruitment. He or she is inexperienced in this area. So that is why there is yes, there is a problem like in selecting the candidates for that. Yes. Okay. Then Nora. Are you?
So what we can see from this training is what are the this is our challenge. So we are going to talk about what should we do, which part should we tackle in order for us to handle the whole situation. So our 2 points that we do is decision leaders, talent mindset, and also managers and talent leaders. Because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are selecting all these people. So the problem actually starts from them. If they cannot properly pick the right scout for them to execute the job, then they are the ones who have to go for training. So for what you want to send people lower than you, and they are not going to make the decision at the end of the day. Anggap saja. Okay. Yeah.
Aku ada mindset shift.
Okay, so based on the problems that my colleague already highlighted, which is the head of recruitment is experienced in hiring the right talent for the specific positions. So for the action plan, on the first area, we focus on the skill building, where on the action we need to launch the manager enablement program, where the leaders must go to a specific training in order to upskill themselves. And then timeline is at quarter 3, and for the support is the digital academy and the learning and development factors.
Okay. And then the key area that we would like to improve is the mindset shift. Kita nak this head of human ni kita nak bagi dia dalam program our program people centered workshop di mana kita nak fokus on coaching, trust and empowerment, so that they will select the right candidate in the right position. Okay. So that the level kita akan buat daripada quarter 1, and then kita punya support representative adalah kita punya HR learning team and kita punya consultant.
And then peer learning, this is where ini paling tak ada course, which kita buat internally sahaja, where every manager in a department can sit down together and share their problem, and the senior managers can give what are the experience that works for them, and so learn from each other. So this will be done monthly. Okay, so the rest of the support and resources, I mean on the part C, it will help to cater the challenges on hiring the right talent for specific position. So how about head of recruitment inexperience in selecting the right candidates? What are you suggesting so that we can mitigate that?
That is why we want them to go for whatever program they have, for them to know who they want to pick for that particular job. That is why we have to send them for program, because they are the ones who's gonna pick the talent.
So
they are the ones
in the Q2, right? Q1.
skill building.
The mindset shifts, because the number one is for the leaders, right? Launch
Actually,
managing
focusing on for the HR.
Okay. Do you guys need to add something?
Every education
Yes, Zakril.
normally every education we have to be clear. So let's say the timeline. Q3, so what year of the timeline of the Q3?
If something happened in the middle of the year, how can you go for the Q3?
What year of the Q3? You have to be specific and clear.
Okay. Thank you. We will take that feedback. Yes, Amin.
Dia basically how you as executive nak tiba you magic.
Macam tu.
How you to voice out. You tengok you punya this one position executive. But tapi you nak tiba manager kan orang tu.
This is proposal lah kan. Kita kena bagi proposal.
Tak, who's you punya champion? Adakah executive ataupun manager ataupun CEO or ni? Because you need to understand the champion to be you. Otherwise kita akan patah balik macam-macam.
Ya. School. Ya betul lah. So normally direction from top to bottom.
Betul.
So what we do is, when your head is having a problem, you said that head of recruitment, right? So you will do proposing this to your manager. So let your manager put it in a very nice proposal and wish, saying that we are going to have a training from each of the levels of employee, starting from the head, manager, up until the executive level. I know, you cannot go to the head. Okay, so normally this is the problem.
Unless you are Nurul.
Okay, so normally in a very subtle way is we having leadership training, having executive level training. We always have that leadership training and everything. So how are we going to put that into that? So leadership training in terms of what? So we have to be very specified. In HR, we have to be very specific what kind of training. Currently in HR world, back then they just put, okay, the manager should go for this. Now they ask the opinion of the employees, what training do you want? Normally HR, normally for the head of the recruitment, normally they will go for the CEO level, CFO level, so decide, okay, this bosses should go to this training. So we have a different day. So when the executive needs to prepare of this talent worksheet, just put it in the very, you cannot say head of recruitment inexperience is selected. You just go for inexperience of most of the talent, or maybe part of the talent that we need to build up for leadership and everything. Okay, next.
Any other? Thank you. By the way,
Kami memainkan peranan. Bagus tu.
Thank you very much.
Ya, kita nak review. Okay.
Assalamualaikum. So this is our talent administration worksheet. So basic information is Azrai, organization AHA Consulting, position 54, and date today is 20 July 2025. So current pictures, I would like our CEO to give
Okay, for the talent management, currently we deploy a knowledge transfer. For example, like some of them they are very good in analyze company, but sometimes the process is a bit wrong, or maybe they skip a step one of each other. So we to ensure the continuity and understand the job description and also all the processes. And then now the challenge is they lack in the of knowledge process. For example, like sometimes what they give it to me, for example, okay, this one based on the knowledge center, I normally give them a case study, and then they will come up with their own consulting level. So most of the time they are doing good, but the problem is when I start to drill or start to make them a bit fancy, they shake it. So that's most of the time, and then the biggest problem with that is a lack of materials. The biggest problem.
Oh, cantiknya. Sebab kat warna merah dalam kotak.
Okay. Our strategy focus area will be step 1 and step 3. The step 1 will enterprise leader mindset, and step 3 will be the process building. Why? Because kita nak streamline kita punya business through the vision and mission from the CEO. Second one, we need to have a clear framework for the process. Fine?
Okay, there's an area that we focus on, the vision and mission. Mission that we take focus more on the core value. So we want to align all the vision and mission of the company to top to bottom. So it always so the timeline was 3 months. So starting August up until October 2025.
25.
Kan 25.
So the support and responsibility is the learning and development section where they will train them and then acknowledge them about the vision and mission. So next will be
Last is our focus area is SOP, and our action to take it to improve it is by develop and enhance methodology and also framework by using Six Sigma.
Okay.
What is Six Sigma? Tadi circle apa?
So Six Sigma ni adalah proses yang berulang-ulang perbaikan selalu guna. So Six Sigma ni biasa dipakai oleh company dekat Jepun, Toyota, company kami Motorola, Samsung, okay. Itu satu lagi kita. So dia punya support resources yang dipakai itu semua di oleh sendiri.
Maksudnya organisasi yang pergi.
No, organisasi yang akan
develop and enhance the methodology. So CEO itu sudah
dia akan cakap lah. Contoh example ni. For example, this talent, dia what is next, what's next. Dia maknanya kalau dalam industri dia panggil continuous improvement.
Kaizen.
Long life.
So I will commit to championing talent management in my business.
So their problem, their current practices, problems, and their action plan to improve are more catered. You see, from one part to another part. Lack of knowledge clarification, how they look into their vision, and then they look into their mission. Focus more on the core value, where they go for learning and development section because they have a lack of knowledge clarification and also lack of confidence, of course, develop enhanced methodology. So the resources all offer HDs because each of the HODs knows each of the employees.
Yeah.
So everyone from every department must involve into this. Okay? Okay, thank you.
I asked for because of my limited experience. Jadi nak try. Kenapa nak? Okay, methodology of Six Sigma ni common lah. Lepas tu kenapa macam develop methodology tu? Kita ada.
Dia develop.
Framework is on Six Sigma only. Not methodology. Methodology is a different thing. You can always develop, improvise your methodology. The framework is customized methodology.
For example, because our company is consulting company, so when consulting company we need to involve with a lot and then others punya businesses. So they have a different problem, they have different solutions. Sometimes their problem, they say they have this problem, actually they are the problem. Yeah. So all the methodology, sometimes all the processes is different. Maybe your problems could be different, and your problem could be different. But the way you approach also different.
Satu question.
Yes.
Okay, mission dan mission is just a statement. Kalau kau letak dekat dalam kau punya just email, mission kita ni. Terus kenapa boleh 3 bulan?
No, we about that, but it's about this. Core value.
This is the area. Okay.
Mission and mission is a statement, but core value is something, a pillar of the company, pillar of the culture. If you don't understand the pillar of the culture, then one.
Itu pun macam satu diagram je.
It's not a diagram. Kalau you
Tak. Most of the organisation they have different core value.
Yes.
kalau you faham the core value, you make sure you can success.
Oh, so itu untuk faham dia.
Kalau you tak faham core value, you tak makan dulu.
Dia Mina, core value ni dia yang membuatkan you faham you punya culture.
Yep.
Mission dan mission tu lain, tu segeneral segment.
Vision, for example, this is all the
Kenapa 3 bulan? Okey, 3 bulan. Bulan pertama, you kena betul-betul faham. Bulan kedua, I akan soal you betul-betul faham.
Ada exam lah.
Kalau tak mulai buat apa?
Bulan ketiga, sertifikat keluar.
Core value ni, siapa yang buat?
Azrai,
CEO lah.
Core value ni, dia basically, okay, normal practice ni, mission ni is CEO ataupun the founder of the company akan buat. Okay, the core value ni adalah all the HRD lah. So daripada situ dia tahu, okay, culture untuk HR macam mana, culture untuk marketing macam mana, culture untuk finance macam mana. So sebab tu kita cakap core value. Bila core value, dia adalah combination of all members.
if the organization is a service industry, what is the most important core value? Customer centric. Service is service, but customer centric. You can provide service, but if you not cater for the customer, you will not deliver well.
in your opinion,
Nanti saya nak ada.
in your opinion, core value ni is supposed to be in maksudnya dia perlu satu saja dalam organization atau perlu be like in the security department. Kemudian HR perlu lain, finance perlu lain, ataupun basically like satu organization have to follow satu je core value. That's why
The core value ni dia adalah untuk semua orang faham. Tapi each pillar tu dia ada berkaitan dengan ni department ni department dia function department. Function HR.
So in your opinion, better in core value in specific department atau
Aku faham soalan tu. Kita kena gabung sebab kalau contoh every department dia ada every core value, kita akan jadi Cina, India. You faham?
Kita buat simple daripada senang lah. What is the core value of TMB?
ada nama.
So dalam 6 tu, adakah semua department akan memiliki yang sama?
Nama ni kita diarah untuk implement satu.
So
That is the correct way.
benda yang sama je.
Ada ada your opinion.
The same concept.
Kau ada ambil dia.
Tapi it depends on the nature of the business juga. Di sini kadang kata okey, biasa kita biasa kita akan buat betul dalam satu rumah lah.
Betul.
Ya, lagi ni bisa. Okey, so ni integrity ni sebelum dua integrity tapi kita tengok mana core value apply the most to the each department. Sometimes all of core value ni memang apply to let's say lah HR, tapi mungkin ada department yang lain dua saja. So daripada sini nanti kita akan develop performance review. KPI.
Maksud Zakri tu dia bukan setiap department customize, tapi dia pick and choose mana core value yang dia pakai.
So in banking, they have 6 core value. One of it is a customer centric. Obviously, The department who serve the customer obviously will go for the customer centric.
Focus more on the core.
Okay?
This is an interesting discussion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Then tadi I have one question.
Tak bagi tak apa.
Bagi je.
Buang masa.
Oh, no. I have a question. How does the SOP tie back to yang lack of confidence tu?
SOP ni dia yang ni dia punya general terms lah. So contoh kalau you nak potong hati, contohlah change management. You kena tahu SOP apa yang ada. Dalam SOP tu dia ada method. Lepas tu dia ada proses. You tak boleh skip buat proses tu another. So that's why they call it SOP, standard operational procedure. So tak semestinya SOP itu untuk okay aku nak ambil cuti, kena jumpa bos saya dia baru cuti. It's not that. So semua yang berkaitan dengan proses ada SOP.
So literally tu dia kena faham all the SOP
Semua SOP.
bila nak
Dia tak payah faham.
Bukan meeting kami. Meeting.
Apa ni sendiri?
Ya.
Department dia.
Contoh je saya
applicable lah.
You marketing, you faham you punya SOP, you marketing je lah. Tak perlu you nak faham.
Legal.
Contoh.
Okay, you have to move.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kurang lagi okay?
Dulu dah pernah.
Kurang lagi okay, we come to the end. Before we go for our business. So, the key aims of talent management obviously to build a succession planning, identifying and ensuring high level potential individuals because of talent retention, and of course whatever we do, we would like to have the highest organizational performance, be it monetary or non-monetary. Monetary of course ROI and everything. Non-monetary, employee retention, job satisfaction, work engagement, that is non-monetary. And we would like to ensure that workforce are engaged and retained. They're happy to be there. They understand what they're supposed to do, day in and day out. And of course, we have to have two-way communication. That is very important. So whatever we discuss, whatever activity that you do, that is basically in real life, they have a lot of challenges. It's not easy. You can manage to do in maybe 10 to 15 minutes. But in real life, it sometimes take around 3 months, 4 months or 6 months just to prepare the worksheet, just to prepare whatever we call it just now, the process of preparing everything, the adoption, the 6 adoption model. Okay, it will take a longer time. Okay, so now, okay, we will have a Kahoot session. Sabar.
Oh.
Ada.
Ada bunyi dia tak? Saya sign in dulu. Okay. Please use your name. Okay. But maybe I already know the ribbon. Ribbon we have two ribbon. Ribbon 1, ribbon 2. Ayah berdua lah.
Okay, we start. Wait.
Okay.
Just scan first. Participate first, then baru kita boleh start. So these are the QR. Join. Alah, takutlah dia tak nama kita tunggu dah.
Tak nak mana orang.
Alah, kenapa aku jadi
Saya nak olah.
Can go.
Unicorn.
Can go
Tak tunggu
Semua masak.
Okay, already in 11. We start. Each of the question 20 seconds only. The marks will be given on the right question and who's the fastest lah only. And then so we will have 3 winners on this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes. What is the primary goal of talent management?
Alamak.
Pandai macam sini je, bukan macam sini.
This one you just need to press the answer. Look into the question. Look into the question.
Oh.
What is the primary goal of talent management? Okay.
Nanti nampak.
Okay?
Tak nampak lah kan?
You sit here, right?
Bawah. TV
Must be
duduk bawah.
camera.
Oh.
Okay. Alright. Next. Okay. Which of the following is not a focus area of talent management?
Alamak.
Alasan.
Betul lah. Nampak?
Kita tahu siapa.
Maaf jadi besar.
Which step in talent management adoption model focus on top of leadership mindset?
Mindset.
Yes, leaders mindset.
Jadi kompak lagi.
Leaders mindset. Leaders mindset.
Kau tahu.
Si kan? Tahu. Apa sahaja behind that creative ini? Masalah kelas susah.
Which step in the model involve individual ownership of career growth? Step berapa tadi? The first two step ke? Ini individual individual ownership. I did mention that.
Lihat dah clear.
Aku bisa.
Aku setuju. Which best describe process building in talent management? You guys have no tak kan tengok je lah. Kalau sempat.
Wah, sempat lah kan?
Which best describe process building in talent management? How to build? Oh, salah.
Apa? Apa betul? Lima.
Oh.
Why
is talent management more important now than ever? Why talent management is important? Asyik kena gini kenapa? Kat situ pun boleh
Nampak?
Macam bapak-bapak kan dia ni.
Okay.
Dia tak fikir.
Tapi tak. Kau satu grup tu.
Which of the following is the consequences of poor talent
Dia
decision?
tahu, dia tahu.
Consequences of poor talent decision.
Tu ikut
Consequences. Kesan daripada poor talent decision.
Kita dah menang. Kita dah jawab, kita dah.
Nak dulu.
Apa dia yang awak improve credential tu? Oh, kita ada banyak soalan, don't worry.
Banyak lah.
What is the key features of step 4, the guiding coalition? Step 4, what is the key feature of guiding coalition? Coalition ni maknanya kita develop kita punya team. Salah. How? Mana?
Ada di belakang tu lagi. Tak tempat. Soalan tu sabar lah. Dia producer. Aku tak ada situ ni.
Saya pun tahu.
Which role is emphasized in step 5 of the model? Apa maksud step 5? Step 5 apa? Kita.
Ini dulu. Yang bawah. Yang kecil kat bawah.
Oh, suka kan? Kau cuba dia.
Okay, then everyone got it right. What does internal mobility in talent management refer to? Internal mobility macam rotation and everything tu.
Bijak.
Okay. Oh ni. Aku sebab jawapan.
Nombor saya tak buka pun.
Tak tahu lah tu. What will help assess where your organization stand in talent practices? What tool?
Betul ni. Bulat.
Salah.
Dia cakap dah.
Bye-bye Tina.
Boleh.
Bye Tina.
Kalau saya betul tak naik juga.
What does strategic talent management align with? What does strategic talent management align with? Itulah.
Ada tunjuk ni.
Okay.
Oh, tu ah.
Which of these is a talent management best practice? Which of these is talent management best practice? This is the easiest question.
Oh.
Yang merah tu.
Kalau semua jawab, habis tu masa.
Betul.
Younger employees today accept more of the following except. Younger employees today accept more except apa yang dia tak boleh. Young generation can accept. Okay.
Betul
How can managers contribute to talent retention? How managers can contribute to talent retention?
Ni, yang merah ni mesti bina. Sabar.
Which metric might reflect talent management success? Which metric reflect talent management success?
Increase customer complaint.
Jangan dengar cakap Aina.
Which metrics?
Alah, dah turun.
Yes!
Career development plan should be. Career development plan should be.
Should be.
Should be apa?
Daripada besar.
In a strategic talent mindset, who owns talent development? In a strategic talent mindset. In strategic talent mindset, who owns talent development?
Finance.
Okay. Tadi seorang tak jawab, tak sempat.
Abang dapat 3 je, dapat 3. Aku dah macam ni.
Which of the following is an outcome of strong talent management? The last question. Outcome of strong talent management. Outcome of strong talent management.
Kerjaan.
Apa yang penting aku kalah.
Yeay!
Ya, betul. Yang penting kalah.
Ina, number 3. Maka,
Semua driven tu. Semua Gen Z.
Gua tak tiba. Tinggal aku tinggi. Aku dah.
Ina, So we're going to have a break. So we come back here at 2 p.m. for module. Okay, for module 2 p.m. So I'll see you at 2. So the lunch already provided. Okay. Okay, you can bring here.
Petang kat sini kan?
Yes.
Boleh cukupkan
Welcome back. I hope you guys were already refreshed. We are looking into the next module, will be our last module. We already understand on the talent management, how to manage your talent, what is the resources, what is the pitfalls and everything. Now we are looking into human resource planning. How are you going to plan your human resource? When everybody is already inside the company, how are you going to plan? If you would like to recruit, for example, what are the resources? So human resource planning is closely interrelated, obviously, with talent management. Okay? So the learning objective is, as usual, to understand the concept of strategic human resource planning and to identify key elements and systematic steps in planning the resources, planning the manpower. If we talk about human resource planning, it's all about planning your manpower. Okay? And then apply HRT, which is human resource planning technique, to manage your talent and address workforce gaps. You mentioned just now about the gaps and everything. And then how to link your HR planning to broader staffing and retention strategies. And of course, recognize HRP role in driving your organization performance. Okay? So these are the 5 sessions that we are looking into: the introduction, the essential element of manpower planning, the process involved, how you link your manpower planning into staffing strategy, okay, and of course the role of HRP in driving the business performance. Now we are looking into the introduction of HRP. What does it mean by human resource planning? Basically, it's about you estimating the number and types of employees that suits your organization. How many employees that you need? What kind of employees, talents and capabilities that you need? It's all depend on the department. It's all depend on the organizational objective, mission and vision. So you have to outline how to meet those needs and to, because again, you mentioned for in the module 1, best fit, the right talent. So this is where you decide on that. Okay? Why is it important? It helps organization anticipate workforce needs. How many workforce? Okay, for 2 years. And reduce uncertainties related to talent shortage or surplus. Shortage is not good. Surplus also will cost company expenses. Support strategic decision making and talent pipeline development, and of course improve organizational efficiency. Okay.
The discussion.
Now, what workforce planning challenges are you currently facing in your company? Workforce planning. How are you going? What difficulty you face in workforce planning in your organization? Okay. So discuss and then you share. Discuss in group. You just divide into 2 groups. You discuss what are the challenges. Okay. These are the importance that you need to look into. Okay. Why you need to hire some people, why you need to sometimes retrench or giving out MSS or VSS. Okay. So what are the challenges? You can always write one group one side, another group one side. Okay. Go. Kita tulis itu dong. Tulis semua. Oh. Okay, kita tulis. Saya rasa, what are the challenges? Everyone can go and write. Saya rasa. Because it's a quick group discussion. You need to spend so much time.
No. Really sure.
Sure.
I would like to hear challenges.
But they head of department pun tak tahu sebenarnya apa specifically kerja apa yang dia nak, kan? Planning kan?
Yes.
So,
Lucky ya.
Yeah, it happens when the HOD doesn't know what kind of JD for a certain talent they hire, then they realize, oh, okay, this person cannot do this, that person cannot do that. So, are you going to hire a new person? Are you going to spend to send them for this skill or upskill? It costs money.
actually I've experienced benda tu sebab I dulu department lain, lepas tu dia restructure, dia masukkan dekat dalam satu division, dia sekalikan dengan change management lah apa semua kan. Lepas tu kita orang punya job scope macam lain tau. Lepas tu I tak dapat JD yang betul sebab yang clear at all. Dia macam literally like efficient je ayat good salad tu kan. Sebab sebenarnya time tu orang department pun tak tahu sebenarnya dia nak apa. So dia hanya dapat mandate je yang dia akan beri this amount.
So basically, even though you are not in HR department, your staff can list down what are the needs of your scope of JD, then you can give to HR. This is what I need to do. If you need me to do this, can you send me to training and everything?
Saya saya dah recharge balik.
Dia lagi saya bising tadi macam.
Aku memang menggantikan apa dulu kat dulu.
Cantiknya tulisan.
Ini salah yang muka
Not.
Manager tu Amin ke?
Hashtag.
Amin. Amin.
Idea from the
Bacalah hati.
younger
Generation. Yes, because we are not really.
Dia want
part of the first challenges.
Boleh apa? Sebab dia not
Yes, challenges. Don't fight with any challenges.
Do not say to me.
You plan to have this kind of new generation, blah blah blah, but then you pair them with the boomers or the millennials and everything, but they are not offered with the discussion.
Mereka nak biasa cara tradisional. Mereka kata they cannot change. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay, ni aku terima. Aku setuju.
Amin, manager kau kat belakang. Bukan stiker.
Itu memang saja tak lalu.
Sampai ke dalam. Masuk kamera ni.
Orang kan ada pada situ.
Tak, Zakri ni tak betul dia
Dia share budget.
bukan tak apa.
Jadi saya pilih challenge of budget ni because at certain point kadang-kadang yang ada high skill ni agak mahal.
Betul.
So in order kamu nak grow dia nak yang yang ada experience tapi tak nak yang mahal. So that's why tak limitation of budget.
Cheap sikit lah. Okay, tu faham.
Ni faham kan?
Yes.
Apa yang ni kat apa ni?
Oh, yang tu lagi kan. Ambil orang cabut. Pina tu je. Baik, Azran tengok dulu dia. Apa kata gua ni like.
Apa what does it mean?
Manager of SME ni subject matter expert. So yang
Semua biji
subject matter expert ni maksud dia you expert marketing and marketing only. So that's
So tak cukup orang yang berpengalaman. Tak cukup orang yang pakar dalam bidang tu lah.
ya betul.
Okay, kejap. Thanks.
So again, if you look into talent management, it's all about creating a talent pool.
Dah sampai kat sini
Betul satu lagi apa? Seniority behavior.
Pergi depan.
Boleh. Sini boleh baru kena cakap.
Ini bos.
After this, someone will tell you what is the definition of HR.
Astagfirullah. Recorded. Yeah, basically.
Workforce and akhir succession planning.
Okay, benda ni biasa dekat GLC company lah sebab GLC kan dia punya benefit bagus. So orang yang 50 years and above ni yang dia berkuasa, dia orang tak nak move towards innovation, teknologi baru. Dia orang nak stay in the traditional way. Masalahnya benda tu disrupt the operation. And tapi no choice, dia orang memang akan stay sampai dia orang change. So benda ni akan menutup ruang orang-orang baru untuk masuk dalam company kita lah. Okay? Next.
Ya, ada sikit lah. Masuk kerja. Kita ada 9 orang, kita ada 5-5. Kita ada 100 orang nak jawab.
Apa kena?
Oh.
Ambil nak kata tu. Isa after? Oh. Kayak apa?
Editing technology change where in our office they like to do in like macam writing, so on paper semua, dia orang tak ada sistem sama. So the change of that menyebabkan new system of working challenge untuk you deliver what you build.
Dia tak rasa tu sampai tu.
Orang tua dia say.
GRC company. Dia comfortable in your position, so they don't want any change. Dia ada mindset.
Okay. So, Iman, you want to write ke apa?
Nak bangun.
Last.
Okay. Tapi tak tahu lah betul ke tak. Mungkin salah.
There's no right or wrong in challenges.
Kita manager saya kata.
Separation.
Ya, kenapa kenapa ni?
Kalau kita tutup di bawah ni tak boleh.
Jangan kata dulu, jangan
Ini budak ini problem.
Jangan, tu kampung ni. Betul.
Kampung kerja.
Sebab tak nak beza kampung.
Budak dah.
Budak pak.
Baik. Kita juga betul.
Beza.
Iman, you cakap apa?
Apa rasanya dia mondong?
Point Iman kekarangan.
Bukan. Okay, I will take my point. I get so much. Having short-term candidates for long-term workload. They want to pay less, but the workload is more. Okay, so they tak reciprocal lah. Okay, so basically HRP is all about estimating what kind of numbers you want for your talent, and then how to meet those requirements. Then you go for hiring and everything lah. Okay. So, what are the essential elements to get the hiring? So, forecasting, staffing needs. So, in business, it doesn't matter HRP or marketing, you need to do baseline analysis, right? Current analysis. So, in this situation for HR, you need to examine internal trends, your company trends. How many percentage of turnover? If the turnover is okay, then, or sometimes your turnover of the organization, you need to break down to which contribute the highest turnover. Maybe in telco company, the highest turnover contributed by the customer service department. It does not represent the whole organization as this company is not good because the high turnover. Not really. If the turnover comes from the customer service is known to have a high percentage of retention rate because of they work 24 hours. They have different shift. They cannot go for leave like any other people. They can leave around Raya and everything. They have to work and then the odd hours and then have to serve the customer. Various kind of customer, the good one, the bad one. So their motivation is not solely internal. Their motivation and demotivation somehow comes from external. That's why. So you have to look into your industry lah, your company first. And then you have to analyze business growth or projection. For example, if you look into the government. government would like to have a high skill people in what we call kemahiran skills and everything. So they try to produce TVET professional. So they have this TVET program for how many years, so that by the time they want that skills, that TVET professional is there. That is for nation growth. But for your company, what kind of growth that you want? So you have to look into that, and then you have to project how many. Whether you want to go for a permanent team or you want to go for the ad hoc teams. You can hire consultant, outside consultant, for example. And then you have to look into product demand if you produce a product. Service is totally different thing. Okay? And then financial outlook. How your financial outlook for your company for 10 years, and for example, not 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, or 2 years. You have to look into that. Moreover, in this kind of business climate with tariffs and everything, you have to look into that. Okay, taxation, the government impose on the taxation and everything. So we have to evaluate which current employees may shift into new rules. This one is risky. Which company can have into new rules, which company can upskill from what they have currently. Okay, so this is supply and demand. Evaluating supply and demand. Now we look into this one is forecasting. Forecasting. Now we look into supply. We have supply and demand. In HR also we have supply and demand. It's not on the economic side only. Okay. Internally we have to assess the available staff, and then we have to assess their skills and mobility. This is internally supply. If you do not have the supply, then you will go to external. It's normal. Normally, we will go inside first. And then externally, consider talent pool demographics. Subject matter expert outside. Okay? And then education, laws, mobilities. Why is involved laws? If you would like to hire expat, immigrants.
Because you need something to protect.
Yes. And then when you would like to bring in people from outside, so you have to look into the rules and regulations, and also economic conditions. So far for Malaysia, we do not need to export our manpower to outside. So meaning we still can work here in Malaysia. Unlike Indonesia, they have to go outside. Okay. The numbers of our citizens working outside is quite low compared to Indonesia, for example. Mostly we go for Singapore. We would like to know what kind of skills that they go outside. For example, in Singapore, what kind of industry? Is it professional? Or it's just a normal work? Okay, we have to look into that. For demand and supply, we look into if shortage in talent, you implement recruitment, right? Or you retraining, reskill, or you automation strategies. If you cannot find the skill, you go for automation. Okay? If not, you have to train. We don't want people who don't have job. We don't want high unemployment rate in Malaysia, for example. Okay? If surplus, you consider transfers, or upskilling, or early retirement, which is MSS, BSS, or workforce redeployment. Or the worst part is retrenchment. Okay? Okay, can you help to wipe out that whiteboard? I have this situation. You put into which category? Under supply or under demand?
Oh, the category 5.
Okay.
Senang ni sebenarnya. Minyak nak tahu? Minyak nak tahu?
Okay. So, please decide which hall under which category. So you guys can move around and susun. Okay, start.
Go, Ami. Go, Nazrik.
Pergi dekat.
Saya nak jadi
Tak belah saya duduk balik. Saya duduk balik. Cute. Lanjut. Tak suka lah.
betul lah. Tak ada
Dia cuma
apa-apa.
situ. Mana nak rezeki aku?
Untuk
Dia kerja tu. Aku nak cari kerja.
ini
Aku cakap
mandi.
Mandi dia dekat ACC ke? Tak, kita tak beli ni kan? Kan? Tak ada. Tak ada. Dekat sedang 30 minit. 30 minit pergi my house.
Kau duduk mana? Kau duduk mana? Rumah si Iwan. Kau dari mana?
Biji mana?
Kita pergi mana? Pergi kat mana? Aku takut. Tak, kita tak apa-apa.
Kau kamu mana?
Rumah kita 5 minit je jauh.
Saya sendiri.
Oh, ni.
Saya saya.
Di dalam situ ada bakso sedap. Tapi tu rumah orang, tak tahu rumah siapa. Tapi rumah tu kan. Ada rumah siapa. Kita kira tu cari kita.
Oh, habis kerja dah ni.
Kita orang support.
Kalau tak boleh ni.
Enak tak? Internet transfer is
Baju sama dah rasa.
Bagi sama? You know it. Lapan tadi. Lapan tadi.
Sabar. Sorry.
Lagi lagi. Buka baju sekarang.
Dah aku dah duduk.
Internet transfer. Tak sedih so. Nanti main. Alah, macam buka sangat. Tengok
Yang tu grey tu, dulu. Letak dalam tengah balik.
Internet question.
Tak mana makan tadi.
Kan kat saya yang selalu letak tengah-tengah tu. Oh.
Abi.
Yeah.
Kau jadi DJ nanti banyak orang keluar ni.
Okay.
Aku tengah ngantuk.
Okay. Dari supply side, we go for labor market. Ada tidak?
Ada.
Education level
Ada.
on the second supply side. You put dekat tengah. Okay.
Jadi boleh jadi dua-dua.
Skills inventory.
Ada.
Retirement rate.
Ada.
Okay. Internal transfer. Absenteeism.
Mana cakap dah senang.
Workforce mobility. Workers.
Ada.
Labor law.
Ada.
Kat situ tak ada labor law. Okay. Mereka retention challenges. Okay.
Video sih salah.
Apa yang tak sepatutnya ada kat dalam tu?
Peak season.
Peak season.
Tak ada. Tidak ada. Nah, season ada.
Okay. So basically on the demand side, ini meaning that organization or that economy needs a demand of the talent. Of course, business expansion. If you expand your business, you need a talent. If you launch a new product, you need a talent. If you need employee mobility, of course you need a talent from different departments to mobilize any other department. Tech adoption, if you have a new technology, if you have customer demand, sometimes if your businesses is on a project basis, you don't want to hire a permanent staff. Of course, you need a gig worker staff. For example, you want a short term or contract basis staff, then that is a customer demands, increase workloads, okay, restructuring, staff turnover. Of course, digital shift is meaning the new adoption of the new technology. You have to put on the demand side. Easy work permits. If you get easy work permits, you can hire more people. Peak season for those, for example, writer season or any other government implementation initiatives that needs to be done fast. And then absenteeism, meaning if absenteeism sepatutnya berada di talent supply side. Okay. You rasa sebab apa?
Cuba define.
Absenteeism tu apa?
Orang tak datang. Jadi tak ada nilai. Absent.
Kalau kita ada orang, tak ada demand. Orang tak ada, kita demand orang.
Kita demand orang, tapi on the talent supply side, bila absenteeism orang tak ada, supply tak cukup lah.
Macam tu different dia.
Macam Excel sama bawah tiga. Salah. Betul salah. Education level is also under talent supply side.
Kenapa tak ada demand?
Apa dia?
Jadi sini kenapa tak ada demand?
Supply meaning you have a lot of macam education level kita dah ada on supply on the workforce kan. So bila kita demand, kita akan ambil lah the workforce. Tapi education level tu sebenarnya dah berada dekat supply side, kita supply.
Bukan kita punya lagi perlu puas. For example, nak jadi lecturer, only master sahaja yang dia. So demand pada master level punya.
But then the supply ada tidak?
Oh. Jadi master.
But again, there is no right or wrong on this one. It depends. Demand, for example, kita nak lecturers on master level. Whether the supply ada tak that master level? So kita kena letak lah dekat master level. The demand is on the master level, education level. But the supply ada tak education level at that stage. That's why kita kena letak dekat education level. Kita letak dekat demand side meaning apa yang menyebabkan this demand is needed on the talent. Kalau you letak dekat demand, apa maksud you nak education level? Tapi kalau you letak dekat sini, business expansion or new products, maybe you need some certain expert or everything, so you look into education level.
Okay, baru clear.
Jatuh di dia.
Kita clear.
Employee mobility. You want employee mobility? Do you have internal transfer punya program? Do you have this kind of programs?
Dia coordination Indonesia je lah.
Yeah. That's why we have balancing between supply and demand and supply.
Oh, kita punya sisi ni habis aku.
Okay. If we talk about restructuring, we would like to restructure. Maybe we will have new position, or we will eliminate certain position. But if we need certain position, we still need maybe skills inventory. We will look into education level, for example. Okay, we need workforce mobility. If we look into employee mobility, yes. SSS and HRDCorp buat ke? Yes, we have to know.
Dia buat.
Buat ke? Normally diorang buat, dan certain organisation yang besar diorang buat. However, for example, in Malaysia, for example GFC, we have TTT kan? TTT works as a talent hub for all the GLC.
So dia yang buat.
Sepatutnya dia yang buat. But then, before the TTT buat, the company needs to look at TTT to know lah what they need, what are the requirement. That's why they scouting up until the almost fresh graduate in overseas, what they want. Okay? So you have to know this. I tak boleh nak belakang all. So far faham? Okay? If shortage, you surplus. Okay? Steps in manpower planning. First step. If you talk about step, you cannot skip the step. Sama macam talent adoption model just now. You cannot skip the step. Okay, to analyze current workforce inventory, first you identify total headcount by department. Total headcount, big company, they do this every year. They have to revise organizational chart every year.
Sometimes
Every quarter, every half year pun sometimes they have to revise their org chart. They have to susun balik the org chart, tengok kat mana ada vacant, kat mana ada excessive. That's what GLC been doing. Itu memang GLC buat. Okay. Assess job roles, skills, age distribution and reporting structures. Why age distribution is important? Because we handle different generations, so we need to include. We always talk about inclusivity. So we have to include. If you ever watch intern movie, right? They talk about internship, the old internship. I mean, they hire intern, the one that already go for retirement. With the basis, if the old retired person has all the skills, for example, VP, senior VP, they're already out from the job market. We call it them to become our intern and provide all the necessaries.
Nak Malaysia ada?
ada dodos buat. Dodos. Dia lebih terlibat kat dunia tingkat PL.
Okay.
Dia buat and dia bayar those senior civilians with the last paycheck yang orang receive.
See?
Tidak sebab.
Dodos. It's like D-O-D-O-E-S kau nampak. Dia
Oh.
dia dia tu.
Okay.
Dia ada macam bintang.
Okay.
Dia buat apa?
Jerawat punya kan.
Bukan.
Dia anak intern yang tua.
Orang.
Sini
Aku
intern.
ikut sini kita. Dia
Ya, sebab dia letak intern.
Mungkin dia tak dapat bayar gaji kau.
Saya put it as intern. Okay. And of course, if you look into the movie also, the intern have to do video interview. Video introducing themselves within maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes. We don't want to know longer about yourself.
No.
Okay. And of course, reporting structure. This is the first step. Why reporting is very important? You have to know who's going to report on your decision, basically. Okay? The step 2, your forecast future manpower needs. Okay, these are the techniques to forecast. Not necessarily you choose everything. Okay? So we have expert forecast, managerial input or Delphi method. What does it mean by Delphi method? Delphi method meaning you interview several group of experts. You interview what they have, what skills that you want from them in group. Then only you will strategize or we have some sort of calculation on this and then we will decide. So it is more on qualitative method, basically the Delphi method. Okay? Managerial input from this. So normally Delphi method we go for expert forecast lah. Okay? Of course we can use trend analysis. This one is extrapolate, meaning you correlate, you what we call we plot kita punya retention based on past data, turnover rate and everything.
Bukan ni operation dulu je kan buat daripada HR. Kenapa diorang ni buat?
No, sebab HR yang ada data siapa yang stay, siapa yang dah resign.
No, maksud saya macam okay, forecast future kan. Bukan ke that one based on kita punya
Mana fokus future mana?
ada
Fokus
lagi future forecast future daripada ni so.
Okay?
Bukan ke diorang dapat daripada ni ke? Sebab ni
Of course, that's what I cakap. Diorang dapat daripada setiap department. So diorang have to fokus jugalah. Ni teknik yang diorang buat because they have to focus. The department will tell them what they need. how many, what kind of requirement, what kind of skill. So they have to use this. They cannot solely depend on, okay, this department want this person. They cannot just, okay, we just design, we just hire, and then we just go for the advertisement, and then we interview, and then we hire. Cannot do that. So you have to do the forecast. And normally this forecast also is, for example, if the company try to implement a certain new things, and we have this kind, okay, for example, we have, kan kita ada short term, long term punya plan, our budget, okay, 5 years. So within that time, you already have to plan everything lah. Okay? It is after you get whatever report from each of the department lah. And of course, you do workload analysis. You have to analyze based on volume of expected output or services. Normally, how you know on workload analysis? I'm giving you example. For example, yang you guna QMS machine, serve the people. And then certain process pun ambil masa yang sangat lama, correct? So from there, you can look into this process can be shortened by having this kind of how many numbers of counters and everything. So that is a workload analysis. Okay? Mathematical model is somehow using SPSS or whatsoever. That is, you have to use software. So normally in HR, they know which of the software that you're going to use lah. Okay? This is step 2. Step 3 and step 4. Step 3, develop employment programs. The one that we develop in our talent management. But this one is employment program, not talent management. Employment, okay? Plan for recruitment, plan for job placement, and selection procedures. Okay? This is before you would like to manage your talent. Address where, when, and how to hire new talent. Dekat mana kita nak hire new talent? Talent go for final year student. Sometimes we go for career fair. Kan? Okay? Designing training program based on business expansion, technology changes, and upskilling need. Basically, if your organization already have a certain programs, training programs, they would like to have this kind of suitable employee into the program, so they have to look into. Kita tak nak, in a sense, we don't want kita hantar employee to a certain training but they are not capable for that training ataupun tak sesuai dengan job role. So we don't want that. Okay?
Tapi kita boleh kalau contoh lah, business manager boleh masuk dia pergi training tu, dan training tu lepas tu dia tolak, tapi bila dia tak mampu, itu sebab
itu more on dia punya skill lah. Tapi bila kita kata tak faham tu, on what basis kita nak kata tak faham? Adakah KPI dia tak achieve? Kita bila kita nak kata orang tak faham, for example, they don't know how to do the job, they don't deliver, it will reflect in their KPI basically. It's supposed to relate in their KPI. Kalau tak reflect, kalau KPI dia semua 80 something, 90 something, how can you say they don't understand?
No, maksudnya contohnya lah, okay, let's say lah kita ada Pak Nabi, dan balik kita tanya balik Pak Nabi kita buat questionnaire. Dan apa Pak Nabi buat 10 tahun?
No, it does not, we cannot evaluate people based on that. We have to evaluate, maybe that one is one of the assessment, but they need to do the works related to the training. Normally we send people for training related to their works, and if they come back, kita bakal buat monitoring and evaluation for how long kan. So if they can implement that, then it's success lah. We cannot just send people for training because they need the knowledge. They do not yet implement the knowledge. So if they come back, you just straight away assess them on the questionnaire. If they don't implement yet the knowledge, they cannot answer because there is no experience of that. Okay? Are you okay?
Yes.
And of course, ensure employees are future ready through continuous learning. Okay? Okay.
Kerana training ni kan, I see one of the problem is that, for example, I kena jadi budget maker in my department. So I like the background of finance. So I kena diberi like training with finance for non-finance. Tapi nobody actually evaluate the agenda, the module yang diajar dalam training tu exactly apa yang sesuai. So macam siapa yang bertanggungjawab untuk actually check if that training
If they want to send you for finance training, they need you to know on certain part of finance. So HR most probably will send you to that training. They will identify which training that's suitable for you. So HR basically needs to know the module, because normally the trainers, like myself, I list down in the module what will be shared to you, what will be shared to the trainees. So basically HR will have that.
Bukan sebelum training itu dah, sebelum training itu jalan, trainer akan pergi explain to head of L&D.
Yes.
Get all these.
Yes.
Lepas tu baru dia
Yes. Supposedly like that. Supposedly, if you want, okay, I need to know, for example, you ask me to do something in Excel sheet for finance. You need me to do something through Power BI. So I don't know how to use Power BI. So the training should teach me on Power BI. So I would like to know whether in the training, when you teach me on Power BI, it's on hands-on, not on lecture. Hands-on. So we would like to know in the training whether you will have a hands-on activity or not, or just a lecture. So the company, the training company, will provide all the details to your HR department before they hire them.
L&D tu, dia boleh learning of
Learning and development. Okay? Okay. If not, it will be mismatch.
sebab kita orang boleh pergi dekat sistem tu, ada sistem tu, kita pilih sendiri training apa, search je, finance. Lepas tu kita pilih sendiri
Without the breakdown of things.
Dia, kalau ada breakdown dah lah. Kalau tak ada. Kalau ada breakdown tu, dah lah, aku mana dah tahu apa-apa patut tahu. Aku memang tak tahu.
So, if you don't know what you're supposed to know, then the JD is supposed to
HR tu, HR manager. Finance pun no finance manager. Please do.
Yes.
Macam Baliram ada Baliram University. The team Baliram University bawah HR ni dia sertakan a list of training ikut each department, ikut each team. So if you want to go for training, you just let them know and they will see whether it matches with your job description or whatever new job you want to do, and they will finalize and do a daftar for you lah.
I don't have it.
So you can suggest something to your organization basically. Okay? Normally that will become a mismatch. That's why you kata we spend a lot. We spend thousands of dollars on training, but the outcome is not there.
Tapi ada banyak kali apa dia L&D dia tak beritahu pun staff. Maksudnya macam jadi apa jadi apa.
Yes. Sebab tu
macam benda-benda
yes. So you need to let the L&D know, and you need to let your boss know, because your boss expecting something when you go for the training, and when you come back, you're supposed to know how to do that.
Bos saya boleh jawab, dia boleh ini okey. Tapi kalau orang lain yang bos dia tak function, bos dia pun tak pernah training tu. Semasa dia lain nak jawab apa lah.
But not everybody knows everything lah. Okay. Okay. Now in group activity, this one around just bahagi dua. Based on case scenario provided, teams must outline manpower forecast. You have to forecast your manpower steps and process how they design training and recruitment. Easy je. You manpower forecast and then you design training or recruitment strategy. How are you going to recruit?
Recruit or training kan?
Recruit or training and then share with the group. So I have the scenario here. Let's fill in the blank. Turun ke rambut.
Your company can take anything.
Different case scenario provided.
Ada finance atau provision for Forecast only for international people international sponsor.
You see?
Straw, I think.
Banyak case tadi semua pasal warisan
Masuk kompetisi.
Kritik dia punya buat teknologi ni
Okey, kita berfokus apa? Operasional.
Okay, ini
You mesti mana kita buat berfokus.
dia tengok buat
And then high volume call. So, what?
Production satu production manager.
Long demand for eco friendly.
Komen di media.
Ada berapa dia flat punya structure. Satu manager bawah ada berapa operator? Operator.
yang kita buat itu ini dia
Dia apa? Media.
dan bawah
Opinion aku on the sources, aku rasa internal sebab dia nak jadikan
Ada 4 orang, 4 orang lah. Apa nama? Operator.
oh tak ada. So this new project kan
Production operator.
production itu masuk QC
so you nak identify
ada NOV
Production operator. Lepas tu ada orang
kalau yang skill support agents tu
engineer.
you boleh viewers boleh ambil formulas kan
Boleh lah.
kalau team lead selalu technical trainers
co-branding packaging
Eco-friendly packaging.
Ada tempat sebab
dan company training
Bukan plastik lah. Kita raw material. Dia boleh
bukan nak buat bahasa ini. Power tu
So,
betul lah ready.
sikit support agent tu kita tak ada additional support agent.
dia cakap hiring
Yalah baru. Ni baru.
Kita ada berapa?
hiring
Kes lain.
Sebab
Nanti
pada
nampak
ini dia bukan salah komen manager. Maksudnya ada
quality
manufacturer punya dia
tengok data production
berapa status ada QC komit tak
aku dulu internet. Tapi internet sebenarnya nak buat produk.
quality yang ni kita ambil sana yang semua
Tak, it's memang banyak supply kat situ.
of production line.
So, I would say boleh both sides. Boleh tak check kat sini? Boleh.
Aku suka sini
Tak ada QC.
oh QC
tak cakap kau buat bagi berapa tahun
okay next phase
Pastilah.
kalau estimate dia hiring phase
tapi kan tadi kalau ini
I would say kita tak ada 6 bulan.
Promotion slash better.
I buat
Better. Better. Untuk manager tu, manager
untuk support ni, support English dan tadi ataupun akan ada Mandarin, Japanese. Jadi kan
Bukan dia teknologi, sebab ni kan Eko ni produk. So teknologi lah. Teknologi model
kita dalam 30.
technology and upskilling.
No. Sebab dia kata through regional customer support hub to improve high response time across our Asia. Maknanya dia input regional region ni kalau kat region ni dia akan hire orang yang boleh cakap bahasa ni lah. Untuk saya across our Asia kita ada 11 negara ada Southeast Asia. 13 kan? Kita ada ASEAN, kita ada few. So ini English, ini Mandarin, ini yes, dia ada bahasa dia. So across Southeast Asia kita akan ada hub yang language kita pilih satu pihak level Vietnam language kan. So dia pilih dia dan kita honor yang boleh well person yang high or promoter tapi HSBC dia sama juga macam mereka advantage nak kita dalam pendiri customer yang tak boleh speak English, tak boleh speak Mandarin, so final training personal lah kan. Dia pada ada first month je 1 month before. Oh dia balik. Okay ni X-Miles. Sorry X-Miles. Produk lah before months contoh ni dia semua tak pegang tak boleh nanti explain contoh ni kan May so ini April March ya so this is the first month faham
quality standard akan turun dulu. Dia tak dapat.
okay first month undergo 1 month training kan
Standardizing
resource manager actually aku tak tahu jarang ni
Quality standard.
ini dah customer training how to engage with customer sebab kita nak fokus on customer service kan tengok to support a major product launch ini performance apa yang first 6 months performance check keywords
Teknologi dengan material.
dulu saya nak Ini tu apa yang training? Training apa? Jadi kita tahu lah kan apa yang kita nak buat. Boleh? One year team lead, normal training. Apa dia? Buat apa dia? Buat ini. Kalau macam kalau tak boleh kita training. Tak boleh kita training.
Okey, solution.
Jadi solution
how we katakan something lah.
Satu
Tak ada macam begini lah. Ya.
sebab kita ni nak label cost tak
habis bagi jawapan
Okay, what's the word? Okay. What training? What? I can just nak the gambar. Just nak
Apa kita bagi?
yang ni jawapan
Boleh. Dia apa ni?
ni SOP follow the strategic SOP
Ni apa? Develop.
dia boleh establish
to always work square.
Calibration.
Calibration, monthly maintenance, monthly machine.
Kalau
so they produce quality.
Maintenance and calibration.
Wait.
You guys okay? What math? Okay. Tengok ada matematik. Buat screening. Sambung.
Sudah ya lah banyak. Apa tu?
Sambung. Korang tak pilih sambung.
Tak payahlah buat bajet.
Apa man?
Siap lah.
Dia tak ada ni macam challenges. Okay, challenges dalam
Okay, jaga. Belum. Okay. We wait for your friends.
Wait, bila dia nak main? Kalau dia nak autograph macam mana tu? Aku nak letak sekali boleh tak?
Ini yang menunjukkan semua manager setuju. Kita dah keluar.
So, have a seat first.
Baik, aku nak autograph sekali.
Asal ada ni.
Okay.
Kau dah lah. Ya. Oh lah, kencing dia.
Discuss.
Okay, guys. Have a seat.
Tak pandai Korang je lah.
Our complete future manufacturing is turning to offer a new production line to support growing demand for eco-friendly packaging. So basically, we will use paper box to add eco-friendly packaging. So this new unit will operate in a different state and is expected to be fully operational within 6 months. So the company aims to maintain quality standards while keeping labor costs reasonable.
Okay.
So our task is to forecast manpower needs for the new production line. So this is our forecast. So we will need the operation time, one foreman which is comes as manager. Then our production line will consist of 4 production operators and also one quality controller. This is called QC lah.
Okay.
So next, to identify internal and external supply sources. So this is the list of the supply sources. Internal is foreman to upgrade. So we are upgrading and reskilling current production operator and also as the QC. And then external will hire the operator line based on their skill.
Okay.
Okay. Next is we will suggest the recruitment strategies. So recruitment strategy, so for your new hirings, so we will place in the job marketplace, which is job street, career fair, and then we will put up the banner outside our manufacturing warehouse. And then we will offer the promotion for lateral.
That's great. What does it mean by lateral?
Lateral position, which is manager to manager level, but with new scope and new
Reskilling. Reskilling.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the training plan will be
There are two, manager, foreman and QC, and then another one is operator. For manager, we focus on leadership, technology and for operator, technology and software 4 weeks. And the technical skill on the manufacture new product line.
Okay.
So for the challenge, my team member will explain. The challenges we face is financial. Okay, you know macam mana? Okay, financial. So then financial constraint. Then after that we have also to maintain the quality and also standard in the mass production. After that we also have new promoted manager or QC to adapt to the new role.
Okay. In a short period of time.
We cater back everything that we mentioned before.
Wow.
And the last one is adapting a new technology and material for new hire.
Okay. Alright.
So the solution that we propose is to develop in-house trainings to make sure that to minimize the
in-house training tu by the supplier by the supplier of the machine.
Okay.
Yeah, to minimize the error. Bukan error, to minimize the cost. Okay, after that we have also develop and also establish SOP for newcomer. Then we also implement maintenance and also calibration for the machine.
Why it is important to develop in-house training? Why?
So that they don't make any mistake.
Because we
No,
can,
when you bring in the new machine in, there can be force
A lot of new technology transfer,
training on the field rather than you go to the supplier field. Okay? So, this is very clear. Just for the eco-friendly packaging, new production line, of course, common production operator and quality control. Those three persons very important in the production line. Okay, so they're very focused. This is how we do talent management and also human resource planning.
Pak Ana tak marketer.
Marketer on what basis?
to promote the production line.
That one is on marketing part. Okay, this one is open new production line. Okay, so it is good. Thank you.
So present.
Ini tak payah legend lah. Cuma nak score. This Terus keluar matematik.
Itu lah kakak, dia dah siap buat bajet tadi. Makan ini makan solution satu je.
Kita boleh tak present.
Ayu nak present. Ayu is Ayu.
Belum tentu.
Okay, fokus.
Alright, ini petang juga. So basically our case scenario adalah kita nak offer resident customer support hub yang baru dekat across Southeast Malaysia. So apa yang kita perlukan adalah kita perlukan banyak skill support agent, technical trainer. And then the hub habis ready, we need 4 months. Achievement kan? Jadi 4 months. Okay, kita support manager. So what we forecast on manpower adalah kita perlukan those because Southeast Asia ada banyak country, 13 country. So what we need adalah those yang boleh bercakap dalam bahasa English, Mandarin dengan Vietnam lah. So we cater on this one. And then kita perlukan juga lah team lead and technical trainers because manpower.
Those two position tu is for what?
This one?
Who and that.
This one to lead the team lah.
Okay.
And then for technical training ni regarding all the product lah, product.
Training for the customers.
So ni localization brand owner is it?
Sorry, sorry.
Sebab tadi kan based on language.
English, betul?
And then secara language tu nak kena ada seorang, betul tak?
Betul.
So sekarang ni they consider like satu product owner untuk satu language.
So then basically, this company, they would like to launch a major product and they launch across Southeast Asia and they will receive high volume call. So they need to create a regional customer support hub, basically to support any problem for each of the Southeast Asian punya country.
Localization lah.
So balik represent.
Mungkin ya.
Okay?
Mungkin ya.
Sekali lagi dia beritahu kenapa.
So why kita perlukan English lebih ramai berbanding dengan Mandarin dengan Vietnam? Because English ni is international language. Everyone can speak English kan? So some people in Mandarin tak boleh cakap bahasa Inggeris, that's why kita perlukan dekat Mandarin and also dekat Vietnam.
Okay, okay.
Jangan tanya.
So sebenarnya sekarang saya lepas ke
Alright, so supply sources ni untuk team lead, kita ambil internal dulu sebab usually team lead ni dia punya payment agak mahal. So kita try to outsource from department lah. Mana team yang dia dah berjaya tu kita ambil dia masuk dalam team kita. And then for skills support agent ni usually either kita ambil internal and usually kita akan ambil external lah. And technical trainers pun boleh jadi dua juga. Usually kita akan ambil satu internal and satu lagi external. So that ada cross of information and knowledge lah between them. For recruitment strategy for skills support agent, kita akan broadcast through the career fair, job street, LinkedIn. And then for team lead, sebab dia consider high profile punya position, kita tadi saya cakap also from different department ataupun kita offer through LinkedIn. And then technical trainers pun kita yang untuk external kita akan plus dekat LinkedIn ataupun job street.
Okay, so for training kan macam ni, because it's 4 months right, so ni product launch tu kat sini, so this is supposed to be the live lah, the live date kan. So this is 4 months before. Sorry kalau tak faham tak apa, I boleh fahamkan. Okay, so when they first come in, the team lead dengan the sales support agent, some of them are actually promoted and some of them are actually new hire based on the question lah. So that's why dia orang kena undergo onboarding dulu to understand about that department, their role and everything lah. So after that, they will need to understand the process flow for on what they need to do. Macam bila ada orang call, who answers first, who picks up first, and then who to transfer into and so on lah. And then after that, they will need to undergo training for, especially the sales support agent, they need to undergo training for call handling efficiency. Meaning, because for customer service, they also have KPI on how long the duration is for one call. So they also need to make sure that whatever call they're taking is efficient enough. So this is when they need to understand that. So the month before the product launch, there will be a live call trials. So this will include like mock trials, like we have like our only lah people macam try to call and the customer service will need to assess on the errors on how to deal with it. So then product launch, then the actual boom. So challenge.
What you say about challenges?
No, purpose. Okay.
Okay. For the challenges untuk customer service usually memang high turnover rate, okay, and then high stress working environment, and then additional cost for shift allowances and public holiday allowances because they are expected to work every day to support 24/7. So sometimes during the public holiday they need to pay triple for their salary, right? And for proper solutions, kita offer unlimited medical benefit lah, so that they can, bila fikir balik, alamak aku stress, tapi kat sini medical unlimited, so mesti.
Tapi tak boleh cuti.
Sorry?
Tapi tak boleh cuti.
MC ya?
For mental health lah. Medical benefit for mental health lah.
Okay, anything you want to add? No. Okay.
The team lead is 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's 2 team lead. So the team country divided by 2. Is it like too much or one person to handle 6 countries in one time?
Kita punya service agent ni adalah work from home. So So all the training, kalau yang ada dekat Malaysia, training kat HQ lah. Tapi kalau yang dekat work from home tu, kita buat online lah.
So, one team will manage 6 countries, isn't it?
Kita tak bagi macam tu. Okay, sebab customer service akan ada shift. So usually one team lead manage shift pagi, another team lead manage shift malam.
So one team lead manage 30 country at one time.
So dia
Ya.
tak bisa country ke banyak.
Sebab sebab will come into the same
Sekarang ni dia work from home tu, work from home.
Work from home. Kalau yang Vietnam, takkan kita nak expect orang datang sini kan, kita kena bayar orang punya expenses, expatriate punya
But the
cost
case
lah.
study is the how to operate in a high volume call center environment.
Oh, you need but
See, in a high volume call center environment.
Di sini pun ada kalau dia ni.
That's why we got
There's a place for
Okay.
call center.
So basically sebenarnya it is normal to have OPD. But it's a concern because we cater Southeast Asia's country. So maybe one degree to one country is okay.
It's okay.
Okay. But on the technical trainer, you have to have a lot. On the technical part.
Dia tak air aircon macam
That's okay.
Dia jangan apa?
Tak macam
All the call center not on working from home or whatsoever. Okay. So anything want to add?
No, they got nothing. Amin macam nak.
I know.
Apa? Amin nak pakai spek dah nanti.
Cuma okay. Dia clearly mention that you maintaining plan.
Oh no.
No, you maintaining plan tak clear. What is you going to do actually?
Oh, that
Apa
one
yang
we
you bagi,
will.
yang you bagi is timeline.
Yes.
What is that actually you will plan?
Okay, so here we will only show the timeline lah. So in the next meeting we will show the
That's one thing. The second thing you bila you have challenges in overrate also tak clear you apa yang you nak buat. What is the challenge? So you punya challenge you cakap you yang lain. So
Nampak tak?
One of the challenges for this is to hire the right person from the right country because you don't know, you don't have base in that country. So how are you going to scout for that country?
That's why tadi kan saya tanya kan, apa you kan have a product owner based on localization. Sebab dia team lead, walaupun dia team lead, dia tak tahu apa contoh of technical dan lagi satu for the language. So that's why you need to have a product owner, localization product owner. So contoh Thailand localization, Indonesia localization.
Yes.
Yeah.
you have the idea tapi you terlalu fokus jauh sangat.
tak cukup masa.
Kan kita tak cukup masa, kita fikir jauh sangat. You just need to focus on the education saja. Oh, gini dah macam-macam.
High stress environment. So how you propose solution for that?
Oh what?
Bagi medical benefit.
Ni je yang aku sempat tulis.
Okay, give me tiga, bagi kita dua tiga cadangan proposal.
High stress.
Inside the customer service hub itself, you can really actually diorang cakap, yes, dengan diorang nak cakap. Dalam customer service hub tu, what we actually plan tak sempat tulis tu.
Okay. Spill it out.
Diorang pun nak letak macam arcade room inside there. So for stress tu pergilah main. Mesti main snooker kat Terengganu tak cukup. Okay. Apa tu? You can have an arcade game, but if not, you can also have like an hour. You can also have like paid hours that you can go and play other sports like badminton or what with your friends. That's so you tak adalah rasa tertekan sangat.
So workplace environment.
Yes.
Tapi
But like the right
I feel like the challenges is not fit to the
Yes, like what Amin said now. The challenges does not tally back on what they supposed to do. They would like to hire those people. So what are the challenges of you of hiring that, and what are the solution to overcome the challenges?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jumpa next week.
Jumpa next week. Now we know how how to manage your manpower. Okay, so we would like to look into how to link this human resource planning, which is the manpower planning, to staffing strategy. Okay, so we are looking into how you remember this. This is a talent management focus area. Before you manage your talent, you have to make sure the talent is the correct talent. So the first one, you need to hire fully skilled professional who ready to perform immediately. If not professional, also you need to hire a right fit. If you want to hire the receptionist, what are the requirements of the receptionist? On top of being pretty, they can talk, they can serve people, they are very resourceful. Not only picking up call and transfer call. You have to be very resourceful before you transfer the call to a related party. The receptionist is there for a reason, because we don't want the call to go everywhere to our desk, because we have a lot of work. That's why receptionist is there. So even though to a very simplest designation, you have to know what kind of talent that you need. Okay, and then you have to develop. You invest in training and upskilling. So for example, for a big company, even receptionists, they have a minimum hours of training. They have to go for training. Otherwise, they will become boring. Because we would like to develop people. We don't want them to sit at the receptionist table for like 25 years. You don't want to have an old receptionist at your counter, right? You always want a fresh face. So what's going to happen to that receptionist? We would like them to go.
I don't buang.
No?
Saya cakap nak buang. Easy plan.
Okay? This one is acquire and develop talent, whether you acquire or you develop your talent. External or internal hiring. For internal hiring, it's more on like strengthening commitment and succession planning. We've learned before in module 1. Or for external hiring, you want to bring a fresh perspective. For those GLC company who having a financial problem or strategic problem, they always bring a new CEO, right?
Yeah.
So because they would like to have a fresh idea how they run the businesses. But the CEO must be in the past a very successful strategist. Okay? Hire or retain? You want to hire or you want to retain?
Retain.
Not necessarily. If you pay the people 25k, if you can hire them people with the same skill at least to run the business, you will go for a new hire. So what will happen to the old hiring? Yeah, MSS, PSS, there's always a ways to retrench this kind of people. Yes, right.
Ada. Tapi kalau
Because we need the new.
I will hire sebab I need the SME dekat my team. Maybe I will train less than 5%. Yang lain semua I will.
Okay, this retain or retrain
Retain.
Okay. So, reduce cost and knowledge loss by retaining top performers or reduce cost by hiring the new hiring lah. Okay. Alternatively, you can focus on hiring if turnover is high or fresh skills are needed. Subject matter expert. Or you can attract or relocate talent. You can attract new from outside or you can relocate talent. For example, if you have a regional office, you want that talent to be in your HQ, you can relocate them to your HQ. That is normal for company who have a different regional office. Okay? Okay, now each participant write one initiative you can implement in your organization to align HRP. One initiative only. Okay? To align human resource with your business strategy. For example, your business strategy, just like now, you would like to expand your customer hub. So what are the initiatives? Decide. Okay?
Saya ni scaling kan. Betul kenapa dekat corporate sekarang dipanggil HRDP tu
HR, human resource, business.
Planning.
What? Business planning.
Ya, kenapa dipanggil HRDP?
They just rebranding. For example, training and development, they go for talent management, they go for learning and development. Yes, orang. Jangan terlepas pandang, pendek sudah, and then tambah kat depan.
Dia reflect to the project tadi.
Boleh reflect ataupun reflect kepada your organisation.
Pak Adi nak bawa.
Ada okey tak? Semua ada okey. Tulis pakai marker. Tulis pakai marker okey dah. Tulis pakai marker. You can Google what kind of initiatives. It's okay. What more you want to do in your organization? That all you hope your organization do. You can implement. And then you tambah kat depan. Skop dia kira besar kan? Kita matter kot. Kalau you rasa dekat department ni kena macam ni lah. I need to change in my department lah. Macam tu.
Cuba baca.
Higher subject assessment.
Memang that is my staff.
Prasarana apa?
Operation line.
So instead of buying new technology or new machine, so we are sourcing.
Tapi mana lagi murah?
It depends on the market lah. Selalu kita kena buat kajian.
Bagus lah prasarana ni.
You can buat assessment. Kalau outsource much more cheaper in the short or long run, and then they go for outsource.
Tapi Panasonic pun dia outsource. Macam contoh dia punya fan gate dia outsource.
Kenapa dia nak buat? For example, iPhone nak outsource dia sendiri dengan Samsung. When the Samsung is the subject matter expert of pioneer in screen.
Instead of manage satu organisation lebih kurang 500 people. Mereka outsource to manage satu company.
Yeah, correct.
Sebab apa orang tu dia
Because at the end of the day, for example, iPhone will go back to their processor. iOS. Samsung will go back to their processor, which is Android. It's different, regardless what kind of screen.
betul.
If you would like to run every single function for the business, you will drain your energy, your financial, your talent.
Boleh juga kita outsource sekarang. Macam tak mahu. Kita outsource tu sekarang. Satu inisiatif.
What is possible plan?
Betul.
You can implement. You want to implement.
Hanya gunakan.
Very simple sebab dekat punya department sales and marketing diorang main hantar je siapa-siapa sebab sekarang ni dekat company aku tengah buat re-org lah.
Tengah buat apa?
Restructuring.
Restructuring the organisation. So ada department yang macam terlebih manpower dia pergi hantar dekat sales. So orang-orang tu semua tak ada background sales kot. So yang kena train okay.
Luahan perasaan.
Tak ada sebalik nak keluar.
What is possible?
Yes.
Macam what if something happen, so kiranya they have made planning for us. Can I come like it's just simple scenarios, anticipate future, risk mitigation.
Apa dulu?
What if possible planning? So what if something happens in the future tapi you dah fikir dah what concept the
Risk mitigation. Forecast.
Oh, bukan.
sorry selalu mitigation.
Okay. Initiative you can implement. You want to implement, you can implement in your organization. Align with human resource planning.
Panjangnya. Wow. Cuma ini lagi.
KRD do skill training program. Contohnya kan dalam very like technical AI and critical thinking are very demand on the industry.
Okay. So ni nak belajar buat sale. Kau kan? Kata dah masuk. So katanya beriak.
Okay, faster. Nanti Iman, Amin, Tina.
Actually, my company 4 years ago used to have this, but currently they have some issue with favoritism. But for me, good lah.
Betul.
Okay. Iman, Tina.
Introduce flexible work where we can work remotely. So my organization dia susah sikit. They still do hands-on where the things can be scanned and upload in the cloud.
Oh, okay.
Ya, pertama sekarang kita ambil nanti punya Facebook place.
So we still doing the old way. So
everyone wants to learn
COVID,
pasarana.
bila COVID je kita orang work home. Then bila tak ada PKP tu, and then tak ada work home. Padahal we can access through our phone, and then my external number pun boleh masuk dalam ni.
Oh, ya ke?
The system ada, tapi dia orang tak implement. Kalau you call my extension number boleh masuk dalam ni.
So orang ada coffee pun kau maki dia. Lagi ya tu.
Balik rumah kami ni.
Itu baru dia definition kat office sekali mati kat rumah boleh mati.
Alah, okey.
Iman. Hiring subject matter expert. Hire the right talent. So under the same thing. Outsource operation ini.
You nombor dia.
Cepat lepas dulu.
Sama lah. Tapi pada semua benda. Semua dah ada perfect. Aku bagi suggestion semua dah ada macam okey.
Satu word dia mana?
Tak dapat coklat ni.
Hardworking. Hardworking itu dia. Gimana? Yang paling lama kerja dapat kereta satu. Free car. Oh, faham? Itu free kita orang dapat juga. Juga saya.
Jadi itu APC kan? APC.
Staff discount je lah. Walau-walau encourage staff discount. Betul.
Dapat 50%, 70%.
Baik pergi free je.
Ambil dia pergi.
Ni kalau lagi jadi 20%. Apa? Kita ada di 20%.
Tak ada.
Okay. Pada jadi
Sebab right now our staff discount punya structure is that it will be based on year. How many years you have worked in Toyota. So 1 year 4%. So more than that they increase lah. But I wish they increase it more because no one utilize this staff discount so much.
So kalau 10 tahun, 4%.
Up until cannot be disclosed. But manager and above, you get a free car. You get a free car. Manager, tapi. But before you resign, kalau you nak pakai kereta tu for 2 years, company will ask you nak beli tak kereta tu with a cheaper price, very cheap.
Okey. Sekarang nak tanya. Kalau manager kita boleh dapat, SM dia tak boleh dapat.
Manager right now, wait, siapa yang manager? Avios, Velos, Altis.
Kalau SM?
Senior manager, Cross, Camry.
Okey, ni soalan tak ada itu.
Okay, GM dapat Lexus.
Okey,
So the main idea is to cluster the ideas, the one that you write. So if you look into this, it is more on talent management, managing talent. This is more on talent retention. Okay, how to retain. Outsource, it is more like a talent planning. You plan. Okay? For prepare contingency and what if, this move on mitigation plan. This is forecast. Okay? Forecast on certain. This is what we do. Patut apa?
Maksud Pak dulu kat atas tu.
Tadi kira bawa dia.
Okay. Now we would like to go for the last session. Okay. The role of human resource planning in driving your business performance. Meaning, what can human resource planning do to make sure your company perform as it should, so that they can achieve their vision and mission and goal and values. Okay? So HRP is a key enabler for the success. Of course, we have to set a clear KPIs. So normally after this, we will look into performance management. So that is another training on the performance management. Because performance management is very big. What is performance management? How to manage the performance? What kind of system? So it's totally a different area. Okay, and mental coaching and consequences management, and of course apply performance management techniques. Okay, and of course we look into leadership excellence, not building capability through targeted development, like what you say, succession planning, manager, executives. Okay, we know for this kind of line of manager, what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to know. Okay, and we look into planning and development, use train the trainer and management development frameworks. Okay, now since the government has the HRD funds untuk training, so most of the company utilize the training outside because they can claim back from the government. It is part of the taxation and everything, so utilize it. But the company needs to register with the HRDCorp. Okay? Hiring for the future, of course, you have to use competency-based interview. Competency. What kind of competency you want? On top of hard skill, you need to look into the soft skill. Networking, communication, your intrapersonal, you have to look into that. Okay? Forecast manpower for future needs, that's what we do right now. Forecast. If you would like to expand regional, what you're supposed to do, what are the challenges? And normally, what are the challenges? What are the solutions to mitigate the challenges? Okay? And of course, invest in young talent, management trainings. Young talent, fresh ideas. Okay? Young talent, fresh ideas. And you have to bring down whatever experience you have to the younger generation.
Fresh problem.
Kita selalu bring down.
Fresh problems.
Kita selalu bring down dan cara dia konsep.
So you have to mitigate on how. Okay? And of course, you have to go for competitive compensation and benefits. Competitive in a sense, your industry player, for example, you are in banking, you have to look into other banking. If you are in oil and gas, you have to look into oil and gas. What are the compensation and benefits? Because normally they will go between those companies only. Okay? You have to design reward and recognition system and structure pay based on performance and benchmarking. For example, United Nations, it is an international NGO. If they decide to come up with a salary range, they will collect, for example, if they station in Malaysia, they will collect all the salary range based on GLC, Petronas, Ghana, and everything. Then they summarize it. Then they will come up with one pay for different levels. That's what we do. Okay? So that's how you benchmark on the performance, on the salary, on the rewards. Okay. Do you have any question?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
This one kita dah buat tadi. Okay, number 2. Any more? Okay. So summary, reflection before we finish up our second module, which is the last module of the day. Okay. HR planning strategy aligns your cost needs with business goal. So you can remember, whenever you do HR planning, it always goes back to your vision, mission, objectives. Like case study, customer hub, call center, regional. So you have to pick up all the keywords. Then you understand what you're supposed to do. Okay? Balance is the key. Effective HRD forecast, demand, evaluate, and all the process involved. Okay? Then you know what you're supposed to do. So then the structured process, step by step. Remember we learned about step by step, step 1 up until step 4. Step 6 is the talent management. Right now is the human resource planning up until step 4. Okay? Talent strategy matters when decide when to acquire versus develop, when to hire versus retain, or whether you would like to internal hiring or external hiring. Okay? Selalunya we have pro and cons, so you have to look into that. Again, it goes back to financial capabilities of organization. Okay? And performance impacts, HRD support KPI delivery, leadership growth, and organizational sustainability. Okay? So basically, we finished our module 1 and module 2. So I hope you guys get the keywords on that, can practice back into your organization. But before we finish, there will be a conclude session. Okay?
We go to podium.
Sudah tahu lah. Bismillah. Okay? You have to finish.
Dari belakang, dari dulu orang. Ni saya tengok
Okay.
Wish Andre betul-betul nak menang tu. Duduk depan skrin dah.
Okay, go in.
Ya, ada bunyi.
Tadi bunyi.
Tadi masuk tak? Ini no mistake.
Kau tengok hide apa situ?
tak boleh.
Orang
Si besar ni.
siapa bantu ni?
Kalau tak main tu kan.
Ada try. Ada try.
Itu kenapa Fina strike out? Oh, dah. Oh, okay. You guys ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. 20 question. What is the main purpose of human resource planning? You have a screen over there if you want to listen. Okay, good.
Jawab betul pun pula.
Lambat tekan. Lambat tekan.
The mark depends on the right question and who's the fastest. Okay? Which of the following is not a step in manpower planning? Not a step. Doesn't matter, but not a step. This one is easy. Not a step in manpower. Still.
Yeay naik. Style si untuk.
What are the staffing needs involved looking at? When you would like to forecast staffing, what does it involve? Okay.
Ada cari.
Okay, stay lagi orang tua. Which factor belongs to the supply side of HRD? Supply side. Supply side, not the demand, supply side.
Oh, tak ada jawab.
Alasan.
Tak lah.
Supply side.
Alamak.
Pressure. Betul sikit.
Salah.
Ah.
Ada kan?
Wah, terus naik. Semua salah. Dalam diam je lah.
Development strategy focus on. Development strategy focus on. Okay.
Alamak. Alamak. Aduh.
Aku dah karut dah bagi.
When would external hiring be preferred? When is the best time? Maknanya why external hiring is needed. When external hiring is needed.
Aku dah Google kan Hamidah apa dia tu.
Okay, orang
Siapa kata problem?
Which is the benefit of effective manpower planning? Benefit of effective manpower planning.
English not that classic. Betul.
Kau ada api ke sana?
Okay, ada. Which is the key element of manpower planning? Key element of manpower planning.
Hobbies.
Okay.
Holiday lah, holiday weekend lah.
Jauhnya.
What is workload analysis used for? Workload analysis used for?
Ayah.
Sabar Ami. Okay. An organization can balance supply and demand by. They can balance supply and demand by. Okay.
Planning out.
Pak An ada AI.
Which of the following is a demand side? Which of the following is a demand side? Senang betul.
Impression atau
Ya, betul.
Okay. Which method use past trend to forecast future needs? Which method use past trend to forecast future needs?
Delphi.
Yes.
Yes. Kita ada juga.
An HR strategy debate may include
Aku pergi dekat BS tu.
oh dia mata tu. A good training plan should
Ignore the soft skill.
Tak ada teknik.
yes.
Tak ada. Tak ada yang berkumpulan ni.
What helps reduce uncertainty in HR planning? What helps to reduce HR as uncertainty in HR planning?
Rumus. Tak ada siapa kan? Tak ada siapa makan kumpulan.
Okay.
Tapi dah ke?
Belum ada empat yang salah.
Which is part of internal supply evaluation? Internal supply evaluation, how you evaluate internal talent?
Saya ni pun ada.
Alah.
Ada satu kau dah kejap.
Ya.
Banyak tu lah. Aku tak ni.
Aku rasa Pak Kan tengok depan aku lah.
Which best describe a pointer talent strategy?
Macam mana Pak Kan ni?
Saya dulu. Saya dekat.
Okay. Which strategy supports employee loyalty?
Asosing.
Saya. Employee loyalty.
Saya.
Okay.
Rumah dari sini.
Oh,
Zul lah.
Why should organization use HRD?
Jadi dia hiring.
Tak, kalau sebenarnya susah. Rasa dia hijau so berani. Dia macam doktor dia datang tu dia macam.
Okay.
Dah habis tu.
Dah habis.
Last.
Okay, which of the following affects external supply?
External.
External supply External tadi.
Product pricing.
Obviously.
Berani dapat.
Oh, dapat juga body hunter. Partner. Body hunter.
Betul.
Ada gambar ke? Oh, okey.
Kau kena buat yang
Okey, dah. Okay, pakai. Oh, pakai minang lagi.
Boys.
All point lah.
ambil gambar tu dah perasaan cemburu.
Okay.
Dulu.
Okay, so point to order from today's module 1, module 2. Basically, it's not about a theory, but it was about practice. How are you going to practice it? You just need to know or understand the theory, but how you practice it become more practical. And HR planning, when done right, become a powerful driver for organizational capability. If you hire the right person, then they will do the right job. Okay, so you don't have to do everything at once, but start somewhere. Whether it is improving your forecasting, enhancing internal mobility, or aligning your recruitment to business strategy, every small change count. Maknanya you will start somewhere. Forecasting dulu ke, apa ke, not entirely you have to change everything. So yeah, so I hope you guys can implement into your organization on this. Okay? Thank you so much.
Iman ada apa macam?
Iman.
Iman